If you've ever been confident that a yoga pants stock is going to, of course, beat its earnings, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. We are back. Happy Friday. We are almost at mice down, drinks up time. The weekend is almost upon us, but we got one more day to trade through here. And we have, of course, the non-farm payrolls coming in a little bit. So we're going to have a fun day here. Got money to be made. Let's go ahead and get it. Good morning indeed. And I agree, Paul. Let's finish off the week strong. Let's absolutely get it. Crimp Biscuit, great to see you here again as well. We do have some stuff to go through here. Got a lot of earnings from last night. Looks like we got Tesla popping in the morning here. And we have, I don't know how else to describe it, but just an unbelievable market call from Jim Cramer. So we're going to dive into all of that. And we can also talk about the tweet from Roaring Kitty and GameStop and all of the stuff that's going on in some of the meme stocks. So let's go ahead and dive in. We are going to start with the SPY. Also, have another screen here that's basically just going to display the movers in real time. So as these change, we're going to have them displayed there for you. Would like to get your feedback on that. Is it helpful? Is it hard to see? Is it too hard to see? Would you like to see something else there instead of the movers? What is it that you would like? You let me know. Okay, let's take a look here at the SPY. We're down a little bit here. Actually, just kind of looking at the futures here. Futures are about flat. S&P futures down 0.07% here today. Dow futures down 0.1%. And the NASDAQ up 0.03. So futures just about flat across the board. SPY, of course, did pull back yesterday after setting a new all-time high. We'll see where we end up going here today. Numbers to keep in mind for the SPY here, going to be the all-time high of 608.48 that was put in yesterday. And then we're also going to look for the 20-day moving average here. So let's see if 600 holds. And if not, if we do break that on the downside, do we trade down to 597? We shall see. But those are the levels that I currently have here with the SPY. One of the other things that we're going to be watching is the volume. The volume has really been pathetic pretty much all week. And yesterday, it really felt like they were just kind of waiting for the non-farm payroll data print here today. So we'll see if that's the case. As far as the data goes here, we do have the non-farm payroll at 8:30. Bowman starts speaking. Fed's Bowman, of course, starts speaking at 9:15. We also get the Michigan consumer sentiment number at 10 a.m. Sometimes that gives market volatility. Sometimes it doesn't. So we'll see what that does here for today. But that's coming here. 10:30 a.m. We have the Fed's Goolsby speaking. At noon we have Hammock speaking. Fed's Hammock, and then at 1 we have Fed's Daily speaking here today. So those are your economic events for today. We'll see if that ends up moving the market, and we'll see what the market sentiment is going into the weekend. Here. So really, really good stuff. Fairchild, stop loss. I am in control. Neville, Drew, Big of Bees, hustle and bustle. Good morning. Chuck, good morning. It's great to see you folks back. Let me know if there are any stocks that you folks want to take a look at. I'm willing to bet there's going to be some of the same, perhaps MicroStrategy and all that. Let's see. Let's hear. I got some stocks to run through here real quick, but then we'll go ahead and take stocks from the chat here. No guest here this morning, so we pretty much got an open canvas until 13 arrives. Good morning. Private account. Nice handle there. Good morning. 3D. Great to see you as always. Hopefully you are having a wonderful morning here. Okay. So that's what's going on with the SPY. Let's go ahead and talk about GameStop. GameStop. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry, Michelle from Italy. We're going to get to Lulu. No question about it. Yoga pants are the word here this morning. That stock is going higher. So we will absolutely take a look at that. We're going to start here with GameStop. First of all, I got a couple of things to mention here about GameStop. Let's take a look inside. and take a look at the intraday chart. So here's your 1 minute chart. You can see here yesterday, the stock was just minding its own business, and then bang, all of a sudden, ripping up to that $30 handle, actually traded above it a little bit before coming back in here. GameStop rockets as Roaring Kitty returns to X. What does this tweet signal ahead of the Q3 earnings? That, I think, is the most, maybe the craziest part about this thing is earnings in 4 days. Earning here is on Tuesday after the market closes. So we'll see what GameStop has in store. The tweet, let me see if I can actually find you the tweet. Go ahead and throw it here in the chat as well. Should be in the news article there. Let's see here. Pops on a cryptic tweet. Where are you? Where are you? Producer, see if you can help. Here we go. Found it. Never mind. Never mind. If you guys want to see that tweet, here you go. Thrown it in the chat there. I think there's, it's almost seems like a little bit of detective work, to be honest with you, with the Roaring Kitty tweets here. So I'm going to go ahead and share it for you. Here is the picture. So I want to hear from you folks. What do you think it means? What is the best conspiracy theory you can come up with? What does the tweet mean? And how do we end up trading this? I want to hear it all. I want to hear all of the thoughts here. Big thing to note, obviously, it's a fake Time magazine cover showing a computer, and it has the time here of 1:09 out of 420. That's, of course, 69, 420. A lot of the meme key levels that get discussed, it turns out. So here's the tweet from Roaring Kitty. This apparently was enough to drive the stock. So the stock popped here intraday and is actually doing a fairly good job holding higher here, at least so far. Now, here's one of the things that I wanted to share with you guys. All right, early birds get the worm. And I want to share in my experience how you can actually take advantage of something like this when you don't know that it's coming. If you're a Benzinga Pro member and you have your Squawk turned on, you're pretty much ready to go. If you're a Benzinga Pro member and you've never used Squawk, you should really try that. It is extremely awesome. But when it comes to GameStop here, one of the things that I've noticed really since 2020 is that every time something happens here, this is a scalper's paradise. It normally pops like this unless there's obvious bad news. A cryptic tweet like this, which really doesn't have a whole lot of meaning, ends up sending the stock soaring. Now, this actually popped into a halt, and then when it resumed, it ended up going higher here. When you hear this on the Squawk, when you hear that Roaring Kitty has tweeted or, GameStop is moving, this is something that you should watch. A lot of the times, the way I play this is if I have the Squawk on, and I hear that this is happening, I immediately just buy a little and then hope to scalp it 20, 25 cents higher. It almost always has this reaction. So if you hear on your Squawk service that GME is making the rounds, get ready, get that thing loaded up there, because this can be, you can actually scalp this more than once too. There can be multiple plays in this. It's actually fairly easy to do. And the volume is so good that you're going to be able to get in and get out. I've been doing this for a while, really since we saw GameStop start to go crazy. When I noticed that that the Squawk was on top of it and it would be popping pretty much anytime it got mentioned, I decided that that's how I was going to trade this. Don't feel comfortable holding GameStop. I didn't participate in the whole diamond hands. We're going to get the nasty hedge funds. Didn't participate in any of that, but you can best believe that I scalped this thing when Charlie was mentioning it. So awesome stuff here. This provided some opportunities yesterday. Now that yesterday is gone, I think we're going to mine the technicals here today. Do we end up taking out that 30 level, which we did test off the opening print here today when the pre-market opened? If we do, the next level that I have higher here is going to be this 30.89, just shy of 31. So again, I want to hear you folks. What are the conspiracy theories? How do you think we should trade GME? This is how I have traded GME, and this is kind of what I'm thinking here on this one. So let's have a discussion about that. I cannot wait to hear the conspiracy theories about it. Honestly, I cannot wait. Cannot wait. Next here, we're going to talk about Boeing, ticker BA. News here is that a federal judge rejects Boeing's plea deal in the 737 MAX fraud case, cites concerns over diversity policies and monitor selection. So Boeing here, let's take a look inside and see how Boeing is responding to this. Really doesn't seem like a whole lot of response here on that news. Now, this is Not normal for Boeing, because normally the headlines for Boeing are pretty poor and the stock absolutely responds. Here we're trading up about 0.5% on this news. So we'll see if this weighs in on Boeing. Full disclosure here, I've actually talked to you a number of years ago. I think it was 2022. 2022, I was at a trading conference and I actually spoke to a former Boeing engineer. And I was asking him about the 373 MAX and all of the problems that he was having. And he said, look, the big thing that I can say is that when all of the dust settles, the 373 MAX is going to be one of the safest planes in the fleet because of all of the stuff that's going on with it. Now, since then, there has been a ton of news, door plugs falling off some of the other planes, whole bunch of bad news that Boeing just can't seem to shake. So I don't have a position here on Boeing. I do kind of keep that in the back of my mind. And when I see news come out and I don't see the stock react to it, part of me wonders if that's all priced in. But this is the news this is the fresh news that's going on here in Boeing. Again, Boeing up 0.5% here in the pre-market. All right, now let's talk about Bitcoin, because this is actually pretty funny. This is actually pretty funny. First thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my crypto chart, which I have in here. We're going to load up Bitcoin. This is the Bitcoin on the daily, and this kind of gives you an idea of what's going on here, right? We had that nice move to 104,000. We pulled back. Now we're hovering here at just under 98,000. Now here's the funny part. Peter Schiff questions Jim Cramer's bullish Bitcoin take as it slumps from 100K. Statements that Cramer made were apparently at the market top. So let's take a look at that. Producer did a really good job of screenshotting this for me. Here you go. So what you see on your screen here is a 5-minute Bitcoin chart, and it's got Peter Schiff's tweet timestamped on the top of the chart. Now, Cramer didn't tweet this. Cramer was on air talking about this, but basically, if you see there from the tweet, Jim Cramer just proclaimed Bitcoin a can't lose investment. He said buying it is a no-brainer and compared it to trading on insider information. These seem like the type of statements typically made at market tops. And if you follow that little line there right up to that top, he literally made this at the top. We joke a lot about Cramer, the inverse Cramer effect, the whole 9 yards. This was literally made at the market top. This comment was made at the top. Wild, wild stuff. Cramer does it again. So, I don't know if there's a trade-off of that. I certainly don't think Bitcoin's done. Frankly, just kind of looking at this chart, you know what I would love the most? If Bitcoin really kind of pulled back, let's call it 75, 76K. Now, just to be clear, I really don't think it's going to do that. I think it's got a lot of bullish momentum. We had David Sachs being named the AI crypto czar by the Trump administration yesterday. Bitcoin seems to be in favor. I'm not sure we get that pullback. However, if we do get that pullback, I'd be interested. And I think I might toss in a few shekels into the Bitcoin account and add to my Bitcoin and Ethereum positions. However, just the way that we're hovering here sure looks like we are going to retest 100,000 to the upside, and we'll see if we get a break. We'll see if it is a Christmas miracle, if we can trade above 100,000 and really get another run here. But Cramer just making those comments right at the top. You can't even make it up. Literally, you can't make it up. So just wild stuff there. Wild stuff there. Okay, now let's talk about the stock that everyone is waiting for. He's got a certain set of skills. Not quite as cool as the Taken set of skills, but you're right, Fairchild. He does have a certain set of skills. Pretty wild stuff. Let's go ahead and talk about Lulu. I think that this was probably the biggest earnings report of the day yesterday. I think this is the one that most people were anticipating. Lululemon Athletica shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q3 financial results and increased its share buyback program by $1 billion. Also, multiple firms raised their respective price targets on the stock. So here you go. This morning, we have KeyBank going from 350 to 400, Bernstein going from 325 to 360, Baird going from 380 to 440. By the way, the current price here in the pre-market up 9% at 376. UBS went from 315 to 360. So we had a lot of price target re-ratings here. maybe we get another bump higher here. If we take a look at the chart and we look inside here at Lulu, here is what we did in the after hours. We're doing a really good job kind of holding this level near the highs. We'll see if we end up breaking out from this 382-ish area here on Lululemon. This stock is awesome. I know Anne-Marie gave a trade on this one recently with using options. The stock is extremely voluminous and liquid. The option chains are often like that. So there should be all kinds of different ways to attack Lululemon here today. We are gapping up 9%. I think the options were pricing in a 7.4% move. So we're actually slightly higher than the implied options. Jay Harris says, Ryan, you called it yesterday. Yeah, I didn't think that this one was going to miss, honestly. Really didn't think this one was going to miss. You can see we've had a really good move off the 200-day, which took multiple attempts. This is like that vending machine analogy. You don't just push a vending machine over, you rock it back and forth a few times, and then it goes over. That's exactly what happened here at the 200-day moving average. Took a few attempts to get through it, but when we did, boy, oh boy, we actually pushed away from that. This gap now gaps us over the 500-day. So if we pull back today, what I definitely want to have happen from a technical perspective is to hold this 500-day moving average. If we're able to do that, I think that sets up for another run higher. But to be quite honest with you, if I had to pick, I think Lulu probably trades back up and attacks that after hours high that we saw yesterday in the 382 handle. That's what my gut tells me. So we'll see if that's what we end up getting here today. Lulu strong on those earnings. And if you take a look at the daily chart here, this is actually a pretty sweet looking chart. I know that Lulu was up here around $500. We really sold off to 240. So this stock pretty much got cut in half. A sizable correction here for Lululemon. Now we enter the holiday season. The Black Friday sales, like we've been talking about for the last several sessions, the sales have been good for online. Lululemon does a lot of online sales as well. And actually, I did check their website around Black Friday. While they were running sales, they weren't offering like extreme discounts. It really didn't seem like they were hurting or trying to force product out. So now we have a positive earnings report. You can see that the level that we're in right now was pretty much a consolidation area from March of 2023 to October of 2023 before we made that run above it. So we're right back in a consolidation area. I do think 400 is probably on deck before we come back in. So in other words, I would say before we hit 357 or a pullback to that 500, I think we probably see 400 first. We'll see if that ends up panning out. So far, so good here, ticker LULU. I'd love to know how you folks are trading this. Michelle, you're welcome. You had mentioned that you wanted to take a look at this. Are you a long-term holder of Lulu? Do you enjoy trading Lulu? Do you do stocks, options? How do you attack this? How are you going after this? And Jay Harris, pullback then pop. You know, I don't know. I don't really feel like that. I do feel like it's kind of going to push today. Now, as far as the pullback that you're asking about, it's quite possible that we see a little bit of profit taking right out of the opening print. Anyone that might have traded this for the earnings pop yesterday, especially going into the holidays here, I can see that being a thesis here for Lululemon. Maybe we do pull back a little bit as people take profit, maybe 370-ish area there. But honestly, my gut, based on what we're seeing here, I think that we probably try and trade higher and take out this 382, 383 area on Lululemon. So I'm sure we're going to be watching this one here today. As far as a trade goes, one of the other things that I would say for a day trade, mark off this pre-market range, right? I got let's call it 373 on the downside, and on the upside, we'll call it 378. So that $5, in fact, here, I'm going to actually do this in my prop firm here. We'll get a trade set up for this right now. So again, just to mention here, 373 on the downside. I know you can't see the screen I'm doing this on, but I'm just going to read out the numbers. And then on the upside, let's call it 378. I have it marked at 378.34, but it's 378-ish. So basically this pre-market range, again, just a reminder here for one of the trade setups on this. I'll actually just mark it off on here as well. Let's see. I did that, and then I did that. Okay, so this range. So whichever direction the stock breaks out of this range, we want to have a back test of the breakout spot, and then we can trade it. In other words, if this breaks above 376, right, or excuse me, 378-ish right here, and it back tests that area, should be good to go long as we go higher. If this breaks down from 373 and then back tests it, maybe we can go lower there. So that's the setup for the day trade. We'll see if the stock cooperates with that. One of the other things that you can do here, if it starts to overshoot some of these levels, can actually look back to yesterday's after-hour session. In fact, one of the things that I'm going to do right now is I'm going to draw a line right at that high there in the after-hour session. So we'll see here on Lululemon. This is what I'm looking at. I definitely think you're going to have an opportunity to trade this today. And if you were already in this, congratulations on your earnings pop here this morning. Michelle, just to answer the question, I prefer options on low share prices, but some shares on Lulu I can risk. Okay, good stuff. Good stuff. Hala, do folks still say that? I don't know. I don't, but let's see that here. No, if you're a Hala fan, I like the bread more than the saying there. Just saying. Okay, Lulu, let's keep moving on here. Sorry. One more thing that I wanted to mention here for Lulu. If you are swinging this or if you're already in this, all of this good news here. We also had news about the buyback, right? We had positive earnings and news about the buyback here. All of this news continues to extend the stock and its RSI. So while this looks pretty good here, notice that on the daily chart here, RSI reading of 77.50, we are technically overbought there. Worth noting that in the past, there have been times where we've popped, been overbought and stayed up there for maybe a week or two, but inevitably we did end up coming back in. And then that actually set up for another larger down move. So mind that. Mind the RSI here. We are up in the overbought territory. If we flip over to the weekly chart, it's not as bad. We're actually not quite in overbought, despite being at the high end of the range there on RSI. And if you finish this off with the monthly, we're actually just kind of in the same area. We're kind of in no man's land here. So I do think that Lulu has a little bit more to run. This also factors into why I was saying I think we see 400 before we see a back test of that 357.96 level. That is the 500 day. So there you go on Lulu. I want to hear how you folks are trading that. Robert, good morning. Did you trade Lulu? I know that you were looking at some earnings yesterday. I think you liked GitLab. I wonder if you liked UiPath too. Let me know if you traded any of those here today. I'd like to hear about that. Next, as far as earnings stocks, is going to be Ulta. Ulta Beauty, ticker ULTA here. Ulta Beauty shares climb on better than expected Q3 results and raised fiscal year 24 sales outlook. The big thing here on Ulta is we were pretty much just running into that 200-day, right? We traded up towards it. Actually, we sold a little bit off when we kind of tested that area, but today's gap, bang, right through it. We are now through the 200-day. The next thing that we have to look for is what direction is this going to go next? Stock's currently up 7.67%. I believe the implied move on this, let's see, we did have that yesterday. Okay. The options implied a move of 6.1%. So we're actually a full 1.5% higher than the implied option move. Now, what will the next move be? We basically popped into the midway or the mid area here between the 200-day and the 500-day. I have the 500-day moving average value at 443, and I have the 200-day moving average value at 405. So we got about a $37 range in there, and we're about smack dab in the middle right here at 423. So as far as levels go, I think more upside. Would probably find some resistance here, 444 to 445. Let's call that an area. If we break through that, one thing to keep in mind is that we have a pretty substantial gap here from about 471 to 520. Now, I don't think that's in play here today, just to be clear, but if this does keep running, mind those as some of your levels. Otherwise, if we pull back here today, I do see us at least finding some type of support at the 405 area on the 200-day. For a trade going forward, we definitely want to hold that. If this stock, if somehow whatever happens here today, this stock comes in, loses that 200-day and then trades beneath it, that's a bad sign for a swing trade long. Okay. Brian said, I traded GitLab. Sweet. We're actually going to get to that pretty soon. Robert, you traded all of the ones listed. Look at Robert just out here in earnings season, having a great time. Amazing stuff there. Brian, looks like you also did AGX too. Robert saying it's going to be a good morning. Okay. Sweet. And good morning, Kayla. It's great to see you back as well again. So, okay, really, really good stuff here, folks. Let's keep moving. I think that was it probably on Alta. Oh, one more thing. Did we have? Yes, we did have some of the price target boosts here today. JP Morgan going from 472 to 480. Barclays going from 335 to 410. Baird going from 440 to 480. And Piper Sandler going from 360 to 390. Oh, Canaccord, beg your pardon, I'm sorry. Canaccord maintaining a buy and raising their price target to 500. So pretty good stuff here. Looks like Telsey Advisors also went to 500. Really good stuff here on Ulta, up 8.5%. Let's see if we extend those gains. Ulta and Lulu so far, really, really good stuff. Okay, next here is going to be DocuSign. This is ticker DOCU, and this again having a really good earnings. This up 13.5% here in the pre-market. DocuSign stock soars on Q3 earnings beat, revenue beat, and a strong guide. It's got the trifecta. That's why we're trading up here. But one thing to note, just like we talked about on some of the other stocks, RSI here at the top end of the range. Now, DocuSign here, we're not quite in overbought territory on the daily. We are at the top end of the range, but we're not quite at the in overbought. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if we have some more room to run to the top. All right, or keep running here. When weekly chart, we are actually overcooked here on the RSI. So unlike the Lulu chart, where as we expanded the time frame, we got less and less overbought. And in this case, as soon as you go to the weekly, we're more overbought. Now on the monthly, it does look fairly normal here at about 52.5. So we'll watch this weekly chart here. We'll see if DocuSign continues to move here. But again, 13.7% move already off these earnings. Let's see if we had a options implied an 8.6% move here, and we are 5% higher than the implied move. So much like we talked about with the profit taking right out of the open, maybe we see some of that here on DocuSign. You could set up a channel trade very much like we did on Lululemon by observing the pre-market channel here. So DocuSign, really good numbers here. Trading higher should be good. Sebastian saying, Faloona is on the desk. Thanks for the input. I will switch on more often from now on. Sebastian, appreciate you, boss. Appreciate you. Let me know if there's anything specific that you'd like me to add to the repertoire or cover here. We will try and raise the tide for everyone around. Appreciate the kind words. And then producer, thank you. I love when someone else helps me watch the clock just to make sure I call a timeout. LOL, I'm still a little salty about that. But in any case, producer, appreciate it. We do have those non-farm payrolls numbers coming here. We'll put those up on the screen as soon as they're available, and we'll talk about them and watch the market response to that. Okay, so we shall see. Non-farm payrolls coming here in a sec. Now, while we're doing that, let's talk about GitLab, because it sounds like several of you were trading this here today or trading it for earnings, and GitLab here up almost 11%. First of all, first thing to note here, the intraday look here is great, right? We have an impulse move, took us right up to about 74 and change, maybe we'll call it 74 and a half. And then we have this nice little cup. We sold back down, and then the buyers here this morning taking it back up. So watch to see if we break and go higher here on GitLab. Top and bottom line beats. The EPS guidance is causing the stock to rip. The stock is quite extended though. So again, common theme that we're seeing here on some of these earnings beats is that these stocks are actually extended. GitLab here had a nice little run recently off the 200-day. Now we're popped and we're hovering, right up here about 73. So we are overbought now, technically at 77.29 on the RSI here. So GitLab does look a little extended. If we look to the left, you'll see that we are actually at a previous area that should provide some resistance all the way up to 79. These are not all-time highs because this stock is down from the crazy COVID times. So GitLab, good report. Trading up here. We'll see if we get more action here. I have no no line on this. I don't trade GitLab very often. So, Robert, one of the things I'd like to know from you, I know that you've traded the stock several times. Let me know what your plan is here. Let me know what you think. Okay, sweet. Sweet. Okay. 30 seconds until we get that print. Let me go ahead and take some of the comments here. CDOT, my bro worked at UiPath. It didn't work out, but he worked on a cool widget. Worthless info, but this company exists. We had a guy in happy hour yesterday saying that you should sign up for a free account on the UiPath website and play around with some of the tools. They're really kind of incredible tools. So I'd actually like to hear some of the things that they worked on if they're able to talk about that. Not sure if they can. Okay. Let's see what we have for those non-farm payrolls. I'll go ahead and flip over. Well, you know what? Let me queue up the SPY chart here, because once we get, there we go. Producer's doing it for me. I absolutely love it. U.S. non-farm payrolls for November, 227K versus the 202K estimate. You know what that means. Higher we go. SPY printing here towards the highs. The prior read was 36K. We get a nasty revision there. Holy smokes. Okay, so initial reaction here, SPY trading higher. Giddy up. That makes for a pretty awesome Friday if this holds. Let's look at some of the other data points that we got here. U.S. average hourly earnings month over month for November, 0.4 versus the 0.3 estimate. So slightly hot there. The prior read was 0.4. So we're right in line with the prior read. Private non-farm payrolls for November, 194,000 versus the 160,000 estimate. The prior read was negative 2K. Looks like a revision there. U.S. unemployment rate for November, 4.2% versus the 4.2% estimate. Right in line with the expectations there. The prior read was 4.1. So a slight tick up here in unemployment right against the estimate. So, okay. That print out of the way actually looks pretty good here so far. Any knee-jerk reactions from the group on the actual data print here today, or what this is going to mean for the rest of the day? Honestly, just kind of looking at the pre-market here, this is a nice little pop. We're going green on the SPY here. S&P futures trading up almost 0.1% here. This should set up for another update. And again, as long as we can hold this, as long as we can build some upside momentum, definitely watch that intraday high from yesterday. I gave that number to you at 608.48. That's going to be your next upside level here. Also, with this initial reaction, assuming that something doesn't happen here to really kind of sack this right out of the gate, this should also help for those earnings that we just covered. So all of the earnings that are kind of trading up after that print, this should make it a little bit more likely that maybe we get a continued run here. New highs now for SPY. New highs now for the S&P 500 futures as we continue to pop here off that data print. So, okay, really, really awesome stuff. We got through that. Looks like a sweet Friday. And on one of my other monitors here, I got Rick Santelli on the TV, and he's not getting that little vein and screaming at the camera. So things look pretty good across the board there. U.S. Treasury is dropping a little bit here, but all of this pretty good. All this pretty good. So this should actually make for a good trading day. And we do have some movers that we're going to go over too as soon as we get 13 here. So, okay, really, really good stuff. Futures across the board ticking up. NASDAQ futures popping here as well, 0.2%, and we're up 0.1% here on the Dow. So giddy up, higher we go, it would appear on that print. Okay, really, really awesome stuff. Let's go back. We can cover some more of the earnings. Again, if you guys want me to go back here, talk about the SPY or talk about the data print, would love to have that conversation. Let me know what you think. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep running through with some of the earnings here. Robert, I like GitLab lots. This is kind of where we left off here, ticker GTLB. I like GitLab a lot. Very bullish for the long term. Robert, this is you're familiar with this product in your day job, right? Like in your profession, you use GitLab or you use something like this, if I recall correctly. I'd like to know specifically like what has you bullish about this. Chart does look good. Earnings here today look good, but what about the company do you really like there? Would love to hear about that. Okay, next. We're going to talk about UiPath. I know CDOT was already on this. Let's take a look and see what's going on with UiPath. So, okay, first one here. This is actually down 3%. UiPath top and bottom line beat, but the guidance might not have impressed investors. Also, the sales beat was lower quarter over quarter and year over year. It just goes to show you that you do need to pick the right AI names. So there was a time where any company would just PR something about AI and it would seem to trade up 100%. NVIDIA was going up every single day. But it turns out that when it comes to AI, some of these stocks a little bit more difficult to trade. UiPath, this is a real, as CDOT was saying, this is a real company. It's a good company. It's just really having trouble trading up here. You can see it's really kind of been depressed. We talked a lot about this in Happy Hour, and like I was mentioning, there's been a lot of really good things said about this. One of the Happy Hour members suggested members create a free account here and play around with some of the tools. UiPath, though, kind of been a tough trade. Now, if we zoom in here, we take a look at what's going on. The big thing here is that we ran up and tested that 200-day, looking like maybe we're going to finally put in a bottom here and start to curl back to the upside. And bang, we get these earnings that send us down 3% here. So I don't want to see this break down anymore. It's nice to see that this is actually up off the lows that it tested multiple times in the after-hour session yesterday. This would be the level to watch here today. I've got this currently at 1382. If you want to call it 1380, be my guest. But this level right here, we break this level, I think there's a lot more downside for UiPath. We'll see which direction we end up trading here after the market opens. Let's see if we had any re-ratings. Indeed, we did. UiPath price target raised to 16 from 15 at Barclays. So, okay, raising the price target there. Again, maybe the bad news is priced in here. Maybe we are kind of at a bottom. That's what I would watch here on UiPath. Good stuff here, though. Let's see if there's anything else in here. Modest AAR growth and challenges, hold rating maintained amid stagnant customer acquisition and execution uncertainties. Okay, so there you go. Robert, appreciate you answering my question here. Yeah, I use it quite a bit. It's a great product, and I also think that I think it's a great alt to GitHub. And it might take more share. Okay, that's actually really helpful, Robert. Appreciate you. What up, Sideshow? Good morning. Good to hear. You ready to print some more money here? You've had a pretty good week, haven't you? I think so. Hopefully you're ready to print some more here. You guys are mentioning RBRK. I didn't have it on my list, but I'd be happy to take a look at it with you folks. That's Rubik. Oh my gosh, why wasn't this on the list? Maybe it was just, maybe I just updated it a little bit late. Big time pre-market move here today. Yeah, I didn't have this on the list here. Really good stuff. Who was this? Tiger T. Really good stuff. Let's take a look here real fast. I'm going to start here with the chart. Again, another big earnings win here for ticker RBRK. Rubrik shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q3 financial results and issued Q4 revenue guidance above estimates and Q4 adjusted EPS guidance with its midpoint above estimates. So it looks like positive there across the board. Also, KeyBank maintained an overweight rating on the stock and raised its price target from $57 to $75. So you can see we are actually up 23% here, up $12.40 in the pre-market, looking real good. Were there any other ratings other than that one? Indeed, there was a slew of them. KeyBank, Cantor Fitzgerald went from 58 to 70. Baird went from 55 to 65. We're actually above that right now. Guggenheim went from 52 to 72. And it looks like Wells Fargo went from 40 to 76. So a massive re-rating here for Rubrik, and higher we go. So it looks like this is going to be new all-time highs here. A blue sky breakout on this RBRK. Giddy up. If you guys had this one, this should be a massive win here today, as the options certainly implied less than a 23% move. Shot Gods. Yes, we did get good data. Really quick, just to recap that data. It might be scrolling on the bottom here, but here you go. I'll recap that data for anyone joining a little bit late here. Non-farm payrolls for November, 227K versus a 202K estimate. Average hourly earnings month over month for November, 0.4 for the 0.3 estimate. And the unemployment rate straight in line there, 4.2 versus the 4.2 estimate. And as you can see, S&P futures popping here up almost 0.2 on the futures. The NASDAQ actually up 0.25% here. So green arrows across the board on that data print there. Shock odds. Okay. Are drone stocks, this is a good question here. Cool Beans saying, are drone stocks like RCAT, UMAC, and MOB done for now? Okay. This is a really good question. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think this whole drone theme that we're on is really, really young. I think that there's going to be plenty of more movement in these stocks and likely plenty of plays. We might even see some M&A in this space as well. But kind of like some of the other themes that we've talked about, like nuclear and AI, those other themes that have really kind of pushed some stocks, there's going to be a lot of volatility in these stocks. You're going to see a lot of trading up and trading down. Now, one of the things that we did yesterday as a group, and I'll share it here with you folks today, we actually created a drones watch list. So let me go ahead and pull that up here. For any of you that have Benzinga Pro, you can, I'm going to copy and paste these into the chat. Let me see how this paste actually, there we go. There we go. Let's see if they paste them all together here. This is probably going to look bad. Let's try it. No. Awesome. It did put the spaces in there. Giddy up. Okay. If you folks want to add these to your watch list, if you want to create a drones watch list in Benzinga Pro, simply copy the tickers from the message that I just posted there and paste them into the search bar of your watch list, and it will create this watch list for you. We did this yesterday. This was Cool Beans. We did this yesterday in happy hour because the group admits, yeah, there's definitely a lot going on with some of these drone plays, and there's going to be more of this. So one of the best ways to keep on top of this, make a watch list, watch how the stocks perform every day, see if there's any type of news and see if there's any type of pattern that you can discern. That would actually make it a little bit easier. I can't tell you if they're going to go up or down today, but I would feel pretty confident in saying, no, they are not done for the long term. I think that there's going to be a lot more moves here in some of the drone names. So really good stuff here, Cool Beans. Make sure to get that added. And let me know if there are other drone names that I've left off here, let me know. I'd be happy to go ahead and add them. Oh, there's no spaces. Oh, interesting. I'm sorry. All right, producer, are you going to do that? Look at this. Oh, dude, let's go. Appreciate you, producer. Thanks for helping out here. By the way, really quickly, just as kind of a pulling the curtain back, in the future, one of the things that we're going to be doing here in Pro is giving you the ability to share watch lists with other users as well as layouts with other users. So that should be a project that we're going to start in early 2025. And instead of copying and pasting, I'll actually be able to make you watch list files for all of these different stocks if you should want them. So, okay, really good stuff here. That is the drones watch list. Can you do the same watch list for space stocks mentioned by 13? Well, here's the thing. Yes, I can. I actually have my own space watch list in here. 13 and I built this watch list together when we were on the happy hour show. So mine is going to be a little bit longer. Now, I'd be happy to do this here. I think what I'll do real quick, here's my space watch list. I'm going to Slack this to you, and I'm going to allow you to pre-space this so we don't have to waste space in the chat. Let me go ahead and give this to you here real quick, producer. That is a text wall. We will definitely get you this space thing. Looks like Fairchild, are those just the ones that 13 has talked about? It's not the complete list, but there you go. We'll be happy to get you those lists. And we just, as an aside here, Ari Stocks, I know you were asking for this. As an aside, if there's any watch list that I've created here or that I've referenced or talked about, yes, I would be happy to share those with the group. No problem. Just go ahead and ask, and we'll go ahead and do that. And it looks like there's Fairchild going above and beyond and also helping me out with that. So between producer and Fairchild, you guys are absolutely awesome. Absolutely awesome. Okay. We were covering Path. You guys asked about Rubric. I had one more stock to go over here real quick, and then we'll talk about Archer. Yes, we definitely have thoughts on Archer Deja Vu. This is a stock that we have been trading actively, really for like the past several weeks. EV tolls are a space that, as a group, we've kind of taken a look at for over a year at this point. Yes, plenty of thoughts here on Archer, and this thing has really been moving recently. That and Joby, I would add to that. We can definitely take a look at that here in a sec. Let me finish off here with Intel. Intel. This is potentially headed to the mid to low teens. We had another long discussion here with some savvy market veterans that have been around for a long time, worked with companies like this, worked on turning around companies, worked on companies that had massive CEO and executive changes as well. So had a lot of really good insight from yesterday's show. This is likely headed into mid to high teens. And first of all, if we zoom all the way back, that level's important, because we go back to 2009. Here you go. 2009, when Intel really sold off, we carved out a low here in the low 12s. So I'm not saying that we get exactly that level again, but I would not be surprised if we traded down there or down towards that area. One of the things that you can watch in the near term, let me actually turn the volume off or hide it, so this is a little bit easier for you folks to see. One of the things you want to watch in the near term is this double bottom right in here. I've got this at about 19, but if you want to call it 18 and a half, be my guest. The stock is currently selling off. I would not be surprised if it maybe found a little bit of support here, but the overwhelming consensus here is that we likely break this and print some new lows. So let's see if we end up getting that here. The stock sold off on the announcement of the board appointing a former ASML executive and microchip chairman. Now, that news is probably pretty good, right? I mean, ASML, this has been a great stock. I know this is pulled back recently, but man, oh man, this has been a great stock. The lithography for chips and all that. They appointed a former executive to Intel, but the big thing here is that this is very much, I'm going to use Stay Focused analogy. Stay Focused, I don't know if you're here yet today, but I'm going to use Stay Focused analogy because I haven't heard a better one yet, frankly. This is like a big oil tanker. It's like a big ship. It takes a long time to turn this thing around. It's not like a sports car where you just turn the wheel and the car turns around and you're going in a different direction. And so what we want to do as traders here is we want to try to add on weakness as that process is taking place. Maybe this does have some more new lows. Is the company going away? No, I definitely don't think so. But let's try and add this tactically. Let's try and add this at support level. And honestly, the thing to watch right here, like I was just saying, watch this level here. If this breaks, I think 15 and then some of those low teens we talked about, 1220, 1230 area. As being an area to maybe load this. Stay Focused is here. Always here, champ. Good morning. Good morning, Stay Focused. Appreciate you. Appreciate all of your support. Like I was just saying, love the analogy so much. I'm going to keep using it. So there we go on Intel. All right. Let's go ahead and bring on the one and only 13. Put your hands together, say good morning, and be nice because his poor Packers lost yesterday. 13. First of all, no shade. That game was excellent.
And that was a great game. I'm not upset about that loss at all.
Those look like two teams that are really trying to get something done here today, and it was exciting all the way up to the end. So I'm sorry your team didn't get the result that you were hoping for, but I hope you enjoyed the game. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. I mean, yeah, we didn't get the win. It would have been a huge win. Great for our playoff prospects. I still think we're firmly into the playoffs at this point anyway.
No question.
We just need to not lose more games and let the defenders, start getting a leg up on us. But man, just a lot of back and forth yesterday. I don't recall. Has Goff thrown an interception this year?
Yes.
Okay, because that was few and far between. That was like one of the only times
they're rare. They're rare. He's having a career year, but yes, he has.
What a great game! I was happy. We got a good game finally. That was awesome. So unfortunately, we didn't get the win, but season's not over.
Okay. Here's the deal, though. We're almost to the weekend, and We've got another session ahead of us, but here's the good news. We had the non-farm payroll data here today, and it is popping the market, as I am sure you have already seen here. So in my eyes, this sets up for a kind of a bullish day here today. I know that we were talking recently about the SPY volume and the market volume being quite poor. Now that we have the data print out of the way, and now that the sky is not falling, what do you think? You think we get some action here today?
I think we're going to at least get more volume. That's been the big thing that we have not had a whole lot of this week, and every day this week it seems to have been getting lower and lower. I think yesterday we had the should have been the lowest print. Looks like now that I check these numbers again, it still seems that Tuesday was the lower print. But man, we've been having sub 30 million shares traded in the SPY, and that just doesn't normally happen unless you're having like half days or where we close early, like July 3rd or one of the eves. But anyway, as far as how much price action we'll get, I don't know that we're going to get a huge breakout. We are very extended here on the daily chart, but if we are going to get an expansion of volume as a result of this BLS jobs report, this might be a good opportunity for those folks that are looking to take gains to use that volume to make an exit on their positions. That's what I've been expecting. So we might get some bullish activity at first, but I expect there to be some selling as well.
Okay, really good stuff here. Really quick, just to kind of wrap this up, I did throw the movers back on here. Again, folks, don't be shy with your feedback. Let us know what you want to see. Let us know what would help you. Let us know what would make the stream better and more valuable to you on a regular basis. This is a real-time updating shot of the movers. I understand it's difficult to see, but let me know if we can put something in there. Thinking about it said, been away. Thinking about it, welcome back. We kept the seat warm for you, boss. Did you do Tim Melvin this week? Yes, we did. I looked for it on the Wednesday show, but I didn't see it. I'll go back and take a look at the replay. It should be in there unless something happened that I'm unaware of. But yes, we did have him on here, and I went ahead and threw the two stocks that he recommended in there. They were banks, FRST and BRBS. Threw them in the chat there for you.
I just want to point out, I think they might have a hard time looking for that because we were experiencing some audio issues.
Oh, that's right. So that's the day.
Yeah, so I think that's why you may have not have been able to see it.
Oh, I completely forgot that was the day we had all of those audio issues that scared everybody away. Damn. Okay, so thinking about it, so really quick, so what happened here is we actually had to close the stream, open up a new stream because we had all types of audio issues that were really terrible. That might be why there wasn't the replay. I'm super glad that you asked, though, because I take note of the stocks that Tim recommends, and I'll be happy to give them to you if you ever miss that. Really good stuff. Thinking about it, really, really good stuff. Okay. Yeah,
I like the movers, little movers thing down there beneath my image. That's great.
Okay,
I absolutely love that.
Dude, so the first piece of feedback is positive. Actually, it's the second piece of feedback. I told him that I liked it as well. All right, Deja Vu, thank you for becoming a new YouTube member. We appreciate all of your support. Thanks for joining us. Let's go ahead and take a look at Archer. You had asked about Archer earlier. Let's take a look at that. ACHR. Okay, so first of all, in the pre-market here, we're trading up, and it looks like we're going to attack yesterday's intraday high. So for a near-term trade, this 838, I believe that's the actual level there. That 838 level definitely going to be important. I didn't notice if there was any new news on this. Yes, Archer announced that it has entered into a multi-party collaboration agreement with key UAE and Abu Dhabi entities to advance the establishment of the electric air taxi operations in Abu Dhabi. We also recently, it looks like we had some insider selling, some pretty substantial insider selling in Archer, but that has not mattered. Archer has continued to track higher here. Again, like I had mentioned earlier, this has been a great trade for us recently. The eVTOL space is something that we've been watching for a while and has really started to kick up into high gear. Here's a look at your daily chart. Looks like 10 was that upside level. This pullback that you see that really filled the gap on the way back down, completely healthy. This is exactly what we want to see, maybe for some more highs here. 13, I know that you track the eVTOL space, and while we are near the top end of the RSI range here on Archer, what do you think? You got any thoughts here for Deja Vu for us?
Well, I know that one of the big things about the BLS jobs report is they wanted to see if it was going to be the type that might affect the rate cut, and it looks like it's not going to be. So with the idea that another rate cut in December it looks like it's going to happen after this BLS report, I think you're going to see some of these rate sensitive names also get some extra movement as well. Now, on top of the news that they had for Archer specifically, they've already had news previously that they are going to be, they've had some purchases and partnerships in Abu Dhabi and the UAE. So this is more of just expanding on that. We're going to probably end up seeing a lot of Archer aircraft in the AUE since they have several different plans to expand. I think even Trump has plans to build. It might be Saudi Arabia, but I think they have plans through Kushner's business that they want to get some condos or some property out there, and they're going to be expanding. So I expect to see a lot of these aircraft in the airs out there.
Yeah, indeed. That's a really good point that you brought up there about Kushner's private equity firm. I believe they're buying up land in, I think you said Saudi Arabia.
I think it's Saudi Arabia.
I believe that you're right. And I think that really one of the things that Trump's administration is going to try and do, if you want to kind of spin this forward and maybe throw some predictions on top of this, I do think one of the things that Trump wants to do is clean up the Middle East. And a lot of the stuff that you're talking about here, buying properties and then kind of advancing some of this eVTOL stuff, that would all kind of fit into that. So really good stuff there. I think that you're right. And that's kind of like peering, thing behind the thing, right? Look into what they're doing and skate to where the puck is going, to borrow the famous Wayne Gretzky quote.
There we go.
Archer, all things aside here, Archer, this looks like this is on deck here for today. I'd like to see maybe some more kicked up volume here today. Maybe we will see that when the market actually opens here. Archer had a great day yesterday. So yeah, that pullback met with more buyers. Really good stuff here on Archer. All right, we can take a look at White Chocolate Mocha. You want to take a look at HAL real quick, and then we can go over some of the movers if you want. 13. Let's
Sure.
take a look. Let's start here with HAL. This is, of course, Halliburton. I don't trade this stock mostly. Well, I don't trade the stock. I don't necessarily have a line on it. I will say not thrilled with Halliburton after doing more kind of digging into this and the whole Iraq war and all of that. But that as an aside here, this does look like this has really kind of held this support here at 27 3/4, maybe 27 and a half, if you want to call it that. We've really been testing this going all the way back to 2022. It was a former resistance level that we broke out from. We've tested it several times to the downside, and every time that we've held, every time so far, we've held it. I really would like to see this kind of change around the current trend that we're in. We've been in this trend since maybe April of this year. I'd love to see this get back above the 200-day. Looks like we've got a test coming today with the 50-day moving average. That value is at 29.82. Looks like we're going to test that here today. I would like I said, I want to see this get back over the 200-day. We do have some pretty significant resistance up here at about $44. If we do turn around, this looks to just kind of be in the channel right now between $28 and $44. You got anything here on HAL you want to share with the group, 13?
As I recall, there were some OPEC decisions that were being made yesterday, and I think that's one of the reasons why this was getting hit so hard. I can't remember exactly what came out of that, but whenever I see OPEC, I tend to look at some of these U.S. energy names to see how they react. Halliburton not really reacting too well to that. So to your point about testing the 50-day SMA, yes, it's going to have to bounce off that, because if we lose that, then we're beneath all the SMAs, and we could come down for another test of the lows here, maybe even put in a triple bottom. We did, put in a triple top over the course of 2022 and 2023, and now we're, seeing that resolve to the downside. But we have received support around the 27, the 28 handle areas. But I think it's just going to be a matter of making sure that 50-day SMA can hold up. We did get a silver cross recently, so I would expect it to hold up. But I think it really does come down to what it does today. So let's see if we get a close above or beneath the 50-day SMA.
Okay, 13. While you were doing that, I went ahead and again, another awesome usage of Pro. For those of you that don't know, Pro has a really amazing keyword filter that you can use on a news feed. So I basically just searched for OPEC and OPEC Plus. Here's the news I think that you were referring to yesterday. Reuters reported that OPEC Plus will delay oil output hike at its meeting on Thursday, citing sources. Does that sound about right?
I think that, I mean, I don't know exactly if that's what was causing it to leak over the past couple of days, but it seems like that could have been it.
Yeah, it goes on to say Russia's Novak says OPEC Plus underscores its high compliance with production quotas. OPEC Plus decided to prolong output cuts to not destabilize the market. Global oil market is stable thanks to OPEC Plus. We're seeing a balance between oil supply and demand. Oil prices reflect the current status, though they are lower than a few months ago. Again, that came from Reuters.
Okay.
So there was your news on that yesterday. Really good stuff here again. Hal, not a stock that we take a look at. Love adding new issues to the group here. Stay focused, giving us another heads up here. Look out, the tips are flying today. Social media stocks on watch today with potential TikTok ban announcement coming today. Okay, good stuff there. I would start here with Meta just because this is kind of the high flyer here. Meta down about 0.1% here in the pre-market. Very, very low volume, pretty much no action up here in Meta. This is right under the most recent all-time highs. I know this thing recently broke out. Looks like it's back testing that breakout level. That might be one to watch. I think a bigger one to watch here, or one that might respond to this headline a little bit more, is probably going to be Snap, right? Ticker SNAP. This down about 0.1% here in the pre-market. Again, really, really low volume. But you can see where Snap is at. We're right near that 200-day. Put this one on your watch list too for that TikTok ban announcement.
Yeah, Snap, Meta, Google, because of YouTube.
Google, well, that's a really good one. Pinterest, you might want to put on there as well.
Pinterest. I just had another one that here, I'll think of it. But yeah, those are going to be all good. I'm trying to think of what other streamers are out there or streaming services.
And real quick, just
Reddit.
And Reddit, you want to talk about it? We talked about some of the extended stocks that we had mentioned yesterday on a happy hour 13 before you got here. We did not talk about Reddit. Also, a very, very extended stock here, actually flirting with a double top here. We'll see if that breaks down. Real quickly here, stay focused, saying I like Snap as well. Just to confirm, and the way I'm kind of thinking about it, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but the way I'm kind of thinking about it, this should be a net positive for Snap if they ban TikTok, right? So we'd be looking for an upside trade on that. Let me know if you're thinking the same thing there. Stay focused.
Yeah, a bounce off the 500-day SMA and a recapture of the 200 in the same day. That'd be awesome.
That'd be woof. Speaking of woof, as Robert said, that is ripping here. I'm doing my best, man. I'm doing my best to have some segues in here. Woof 560, that big pop there actually does take us above the 500-day moving average here. And look at that. This has been in kind of a rough trend here. Let's see if we have a trend change here with this now. Woof up 23.9% after some really positive earnings yesterday. Beat on the top and the bottom line. So we have re-rating here. Morgan Stanley went from 3 to 6 on the price target, and lo and behold, we are already at 6 on Wolf here. So getting ready, ready. Yeah,
there's a gap that fills at. It looks like it fills at about 636. Hold on, let me double check. It's back from August of 2023. There's a little gap that we haven't quite filled yet.
That's gonna be right in here, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, that fills at 634.
And we're almost there. There's a little. You're right. There's a little bit more to go on that. You're absolutely right.
So we might see a little bit of R there, and if it does get resistance there and it comes back in but finds support, the next visit up there could take it through that level and maybe into the 7s, where we have the next area of resistance between 750 and 8. So let's see if we get that price action. First things first. So let's fill that gap.
Okay. Really good stuff there. Michael saying, how are they going to ban TikTok? It will never happen. You know, this is kind of the spot that I've seen myself or found myself in too. I feel like there's talk about this, but maybe it won't actually happen. Michael, I think I'm probably with you there. How would they ban it? I would imagine that their ban would be it can't be downloaded from the App Store. The reality with that is that if you're any type of tech savvy, you can get the SDK file and install it on the phone anyway. So, I mean, you'll probably still be able to use it Will there be other restrictions? We'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see. But I'm we'll see how this plays out. Let's go there. We'll see how this plays out. Nick, TikTok is probably responsible for a good chunk of the Chinese data theft, so I wouldn't be sad to see it go. This is kind of also how I feel. I don't have TikTok installed on my phone, to the point where people will send me TikToks and I'll be like, yeah, I can't watch it. I don't have the app. And they're like, you're stupid. Why don't you have the app? Like,
because
well,
the app requires yeah, the app requires you to really kind of open up your whole system to their ability to see everything.
Yeah,
I would not want to compromise. I would self-compromise like that.
Yeah, with you on that. Okay. The space plays are up here today. Would not be surprised. Drew asking a question here about one of our exclusives. Let's take some time on that here real quick. This is a penny stock work sport. Let's flip over to the news here. Drew's asking, Benzinga exclusive on Worksport, ticker WKSP. Is it anything to note? Been watching them for a year with little movement. Now, I think you said you've been watching Worksport for a year with little movement, right? Because if you take a look at the chart here, that's kind of what we're seeing. Really not a whole lot of movement here. So I don't actually follow this company, so I can't really speak to it. The exclusive news here, a company told Benzinga that it sees 51% B2C and 60% B2B sales growth in November, says it's boosting margins and accelerating brand expansion. Worksport shifts to higher margin products and sees strong demand for the holiday season. So here's the big takeaway, Drew. Worksport, the stock is up 7.86% here. So looks like it is moving higher on that news. If we take a look here inside, it looks like there was an initial pop on that, and then it really kind of came back. Here's the thing about exclusive news. When we release something as an exclusive, understand, like in fact, this is actually a really good example. You can see here in the news feed that our pro members had the news 15 minutes prior to the press release. So just as kind of like a general thought here, understand that when we release exclusives, it's the Benzinga community that's going to be the first to react to that. So you might see some volatility, right? You might see a pop and a drop, but if you can figure out how to position yourself and how to play this, you can really get kind of a leg up on the competition. There have been several of these exclusive stories, not on a 60-cent penny stock, but on some better stocks that have really kind of juiced it. And if you're able to see that news first, you do have kind of a slight advantage there. Now, as far as this specific news, how is this going to affect Worksport? I don't have an answer for you. We'll see. I generally stay away from these penny stocks, but let me know if that's helpful here. We can actually watch this today. Yeah, go ahead.
Great mention, Tony. DJT for the TikTok ban.
Trump talk. Oh God, that's a
good one.
That would be a troll move, and that would cause a lot of let's call it friskiness. Jay Rice, away for a week, missed some action. Hopefully you were safe in your travels, Jay. Welcome back. We will always keep the seat warm for you. You picked a good week to travel, frankly.
Yeah, welcome back. And real quick on Worksport, what's the thought here with this one, that because they're getting into Bitcoin that we might see more movement with this one, or just because they had the Benzinga exclusive?
Yeah, well, I was basically, so I don't have a prediction on what this specific piece of news is going to do for ticker WKSP. It seems good. I don't want to pretend to be an expert on Worksport. The big thing that I was talking about, though, is how you kind of look at the exclusive news here. Just understand that if it's being done as an exclusive and you're seeing that prior to the press release, this is another reason, another little pro tip here real quick. This is another reason why I use the category coloring on press releases, because the exclusive stories are pre-highlighted in red. The press releases, I selected brown because press releases traditionally in the old days were on paper. Paper comes from trees. Trees are brown. That's just the stupid way my brain processes some of this stuff, so I don't have to actually think about it. But the end result here is that if you're actually looking at a news feed, you can see you could see that you were actually given this news prior to the press release, which is disseminating it to everybody. So you do have a slight advantage here. Now, did it give you anything on the 60-cent penny stock? No, today it kind of didn't. But I'm saying look at this as more of like a conceptual thing and figure out how you can use this going forward. One of the things that I share all of the time in the presentations that I do for Benzinga Pro, I actually have a news feed that is filtered for only this. So when I'm doing my morning prep and my morning rundown, this is one of the first screens I go to. It's got all of the big news. It's got a list of reasons why stocks are moving, which is great and helps me save time when I'm preparing early in the morning. And then down here, I have just a couple of sources checked on the Benzinga Wire, exclusives, hot, and market moving exclusives. That's the only news I get here. So every day I check to see if there's new exclusive news. And if there is, and it sounds good, then I take a look at that stock. So just conceptually, that's kind of how I look at it. This is a good question, though. And I will discuss Benzinga's strategy or how you can actually use these tools to your advantage during the regular trading day. Again, I know it's I repeated this a little bit earlier, but we only had the early birds here. A really good example of how you can use pros tools if you're not expecting something is going to be GME. And 13, if you have any thoughts on GameStop and the Roaring Kitty tweet, we could talk about that, but I just wanted to set the stage here. This got squawked yesterday. And whenever you hear any of this meme stuff getting squawked, these make excellent scalp targets. So a lot of the times what I do is if I hear that and I'm at my terminal and I'm ready, I just hit the buy button, sell the stock a little bit higher. So here we go. David, you're exactly right. Usually Charlie will squawk exclusives too. Absolutely. Again, if you're there, if you're one of the early birds, Charlie starts at 6 o'clock in the morning Eastern. And sometimes he starts earlier than that. So there's a really good tip there as well. Okay. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Michael R. had a good question. How quick does Pro alert for offerings?
That's a really good question. So offerings traditionally are done via a press release. So what does that mean? That means and let me go back to, I'll actually demonstrate this here for you while we're having the discussion. In fact, let me make this a little bit bigger so that might be easier for you to see. If you have the press releases source turned on, and you all do, if you create a new newsfeed in Pro, it's going to have these on by default, Benzinga Wire and press releases. If the company has an offering or does an offering and issues it via a press release, you get that in real time. This is done via an API, so it's done at light speed. At that point, your internet connection is the only thing that is limiting that. So, Michael, we don't give you unless it's an exclusive, we don't give you information that's not public prior to it being public, but there are ways that you can set this up so you literally have it the same second it's out there. And another thing, if you want to do this, like if you wanted to create a news feed for this, I might uncheck Benzinga Wire, just have the press releases on here, and then use the keyword filter that we just talked about called offering, and bang. Now you have a news feed that is only returning press releases that contain offering in the body. If I want to further amend that and make it so it's only in the title, click on the term itself and then select toggle the current search mode. And now it's only returning news posts that are press releases that have offering in the title. So you can actually set this up to do this stuff for you. Again, if we're going to get questions about Benzinga Pro, I'm going to go off. Okay. I'm going to go off, but this is some of the ways that you can use this. All right. So let's go. Let me actually zoom out here again. Did you want to take a look at the movers?
Sure. Let's get through those.
Okay. Michael, let me know if that answers your question. Did I give you a good answer there? Let me know. Raj, Didi and Joel broke off to do their own thing. They have their own channel that you can still find them at. Bogdan is asking, is Benzinga Pro US only? No, we have customers all around the globe, but it is worth noting that Benzinga Pro's coverage universe is primarily US stocks and equities. So you can have a Benzinga Pro subscription wherever you are. You can also use a VPN. I'm using a VPN right now, but the coverage is of the US market predominantly. Okay, excellent, great. Glad we were able to do that. Okay.
UPC.
Yeah, let's go over to the movers list here. UPC. All right, 13. Start us off here with UPC. What do you got?
Well, this is not Universal Product Code. This is Universe Pharmaceuticals. This is looks to be a Chinese company. They have no news on this movement today, but it does look like this was movement based off an oversold low RSI. So a technical move that I believe we're seeing here. 1.43 million shares in the float. So right in the sweet spot that we like. They did a 1-for-15 reverse split on November 18th. The company does appear to have cash on their balance sheet, but I don't have any read on their income statement. So not sure how much money they're making or losing at this point, but seeing as how this is similar to ones we've traded before, I would bet that they are not profitable.
Okay. Do you like this as a potential trade here? It's had some pretty good action here in the pre-market.
I'm not going to
1.4 million shares in the float.
Yeah, I'm not going to own this, but if it's provides a trade, I'm certainly going to trade it today.
Okay.
Plan to be out of it as quickly as I get in it.
Okay. Real good stuff there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the next one here. This is going to be ALBT, Avalon Globocare. The stock making a pretty nice move higher here. Let's see. Do we have any news on this? Looks like yesterday morning was the fresh news. This is a NASDAQ regaining compliance with NASDAQ. That's a theme that we've been looking at.
Yep. So here we are with another NASDAQ compliance stock. They have 684,000 shares in the float. Very, very small. That's the result of a 1-for-15 reverse split that was performed on October 28th. And as a result of that, it has the read that I have on their short interest was that it was 11.5%, but 1 day to cover as a result of the small float now. This company does need cash, so I would anticipate that a offering is coming.
Okay. Well, there you go. We just talked about offerings. Now you're trying to predict them using data. You love to see that. So offering possibly coming here. Yeah.
And this is just something that we have seen with a lot of these recompliance names, that they need to have a certain cash position. They need to have a certain price on their shares. So what they do is if they are not in compliance, they'll reverse split and raise cash. And that's just how these junky names do it. They just reverse split, raise cash, reverse split, raise cash. And there's no end to that until they start getting profitability or they go out of business.
Okay. All right. Really, really good stuff here. Next one on the list, Zbao. Good old China name coming back and giving us some action here. ZBAO is your ticker here. The stock was about 230 yesterday at the close. We traded as high as 9 earlier in the pre-market, pared back a lot of those gains, currently sitting at about $4 here. So it's up about 63%. Yesterday, after hours, right after the close, Zbao Technology launches a new partnership with PICC and Munich Re to develop a new medical insurance products in China. So that's what's going on here. I know that you had kind of a theme that you were kicking around about medical devices. I wonder if this fits in. I know it's China, but I wonder if this fits into that theme. Quick look around the horn here. Negligible short interest, no insider activity. Financials, if you trust them, they have a little bit of cash, but we can't understand their cash flow. And the float right in our butter zone, 8.75 million. 13, what do you think, ZBAO?
Yeah, I think this is just going to have to be one of those that if it provides a setup that will trade it, otherwise I don't want to touch it. It does have 8.75 million shares in the float. To your point about the financials, not a really great read on them. It seems like they have about 2.5 million in the bank, but no idea what their income's like. I wouldn't be surprised if they're losing money. But the news is pretty good. So it's it's one of those things that at least no guarantee of income with this, but it's a step in that direction. So if it provides some trades, we'll trade it. Otherwise, there's something else out there.
Yep. And that something else out there might be the next one on the list. Do you like how I did that there? This is JFBR. We talked about this yesterday. This is, of course, Jeff Brands. This is a drone play, I think, and we were asking if it was related to Jeff Bezos from Amazon.
That's right.
The answer is no. We looked into that. The answer is no. Jeff Brand shares are trading higher after the company announced it regained compliance with NASDAQ's minimum bid requirement. So again, we've talked about this being a theme. I know it sounds silly, but it has given movement in some of these stocks. And as a result, we are trying to track it and trade it here. Short interest on this one, high. 50% of its float shorted as of the last read. Now, only 1 day to cover. So we'll see if that ends up kicking up here. Float, micro float, 655,000 shares in the float here. What do you think, 13?
Yeah, still don't have a read on their income. They do have a little bit of cash on the balance sheet, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're also losing money. They did do a reverse split, 1 for 13 on the 20th of November. So that's the reason why we have this small float with this high short interest and only 1 day to cover. Aside from that, it just the only reason I was like kind of scratching my head as to whether or not this might be a Jeff Bezos thing is because they got written or they received exclusive distribution rights with Amazon. And being that it's Jeff Brands, Jeff Bezos, kind of put the two together like, is there something else going on here? But there's not. So that's just what I have for a JFBR.
Okay, and real quick, Smoke Tuna saying no touch. So no touch here on JFBR. So we'll see which way this goes. We do have the VWAP here just shy of $4 at 397. So there's actually some pretty decent range here between where we're currently at and the VWAP. We'll see if it holds here. We'll see if Tuna is correct. I don't know. Did you cover any more of these SNOA, VC? I mean, these are up like, almost 30%. So it's worth going in here. We can also do ticker time. We got 10 minutes left.
But yeah, so as far as these other ones go, I didn't cover them, but they are going to, I did write them down just to make sure that we keep them on our radar because they are getting some movement. XIII, we've traded that one before. It's got AI in the name, so you can almost guarantee that you're going to see a little bit of movement today with that one. VC, we've traded. Somebody mentioned SATL yesterday. That one is now up much higher. That was the Satellogica stock.
Yep, here you go.
And one that well, I see that Woof is up there, but one that really made me laugh and kind of scratch my head as to why I've never heard of this before. But y'all, the ETF, that thing has been out for a year and has done nothing but go straight up. It's absolutely fantastic. And I thought the ticker was hilarious.
Title ETF, Trust, God Bless America ETF, and the ticker is y'all. I'll be honest with you now. I'm a little upset that this is not in my portfolio. I'm not going to lie. I'm mad at myself. To be clear, I'm mad at myself for not having some of this in the portfolio. This is rather entertaining. And wow, look at the performance here over 2024.
And I'll just tell you what they have in there. So, because I was interested in this. Their top holdings, and I'll start from the top here. They are Tesla, Nvidia, Charles Schwab, Charter Communications, Costco, Boeing, Broadcom, Allstate, MicroStrategy, Electronic Arts, Danaher, Amgen, HCA, Healthcare, Copart, Regions Financial, Waste Management, Mara, Tractor Supply, Sherwin-Williams, Cintas. That's the first 20 holdings that they have. They also have, DR Horton and Prologis and some others, General Mills and things. But it seems like they are just mostly an America brand only ETF.
Okay. Though you listed some pretty awesome companies there.
Yeah.
What's the net asset value? I don't have that off the top of my head here. Do you know? You know what? Here, let's see if I can look that up here.
I don't have that right off the top in front of me, but
it's a good question from Jay, though.
It is.
He likes to give us the tough questions. Let me see if I can. I don't think I have that, Jay. I don't have that. Let me see if I can find that. Really good stuff, Jay. Really good stuff. And as far as ALBT, the price action here looks good. Yes, I understand that it's up 150%, but this price action here has been good to the day trading scalpers here so far.
And I'm not suggesting that we all just start piling
Definitely not.
This thing. I'm just saying that it was hilarious. I hadn't known about this one yet, but now it's on my radar. So if we do get some pullback, it might be something I maybe pick up because they do have some pretty good stocks in their portfolio.
Yeah, Robert here, 4007. Are you referring to the net asset value for y'all? Is that the value that you have? Let me know. Looks like it. Nav doesn't mean much these days. Take a look at You're right about that. You are right about that. Okay, we got 8 minutes left here. Is there anything else y'all folks want to see what I did there? Y'all folks want to take a look at? We're going to have fun today. That is for sure. Kathy wants to take a look at BBAI. That was one that we took a look at yesterday. Oh, yeah. Maybe let's examine it again today and see what's going on there. Good morning, Kathy. Good to see you here. BBAI looks like it's curling back up and trying to take out those pre-market highs. 330, definitely a level to look. Did we have any fresh news? We did have some insiders, some forums. Okay, so sorry, we had a director sell quite a bit yesterday, 8 million shares at 284 per the Form 4.
Is that the same? That was the same director, the 10% owner that sold on Wednesday too. So they're selling in multiple tranches.
Yeah.
And they sold them
Yep.
on Monday as well.
And then back in November, BBAI Ultimate Holdings LLC.
Yeah,
this looks
so
like
maybe he's just trying to leave that position. I don't know.
Felipe is saying the top is in. LOL. Well, we'll see here. BBAI. Well, what I will say is that recently this has actually given us some trading opportunities. The really good day here was Tuesday, though. That was the easiest one. So we'll see.
Yeah. What else you got? What are we looking at here after BBAI? What do we want to check out, folks?
Yeah, let's see. Did I miss anything in the chat? CCG Trader said SMX. I'm just scrolling back here. Apologize if I miss any. This is Security Matters. This is what, a 50-cent penny stock? It looks like we did have some news here. SMC PLC shares are trading higher after the company announced a potential merger with Yibari Capital. I don't know anything about the stock, and I generally stick away from penny stocks. It is worth noting that on Wednesday, December 4th, we had a wild day here. Stock went from 20 cents to 77 cents. So maybe this is one of our penny runners here. I guess what I'd want to see here is a move above 55 cents.
This, when I read the description of the company, it sounds very similar to some one or two of these other space plays that are involved with supply chain shipment tracking, where they they use devices attached to, like, say, containers that track them with satellites. They seem to be in a very similar space as that. I don't necessarily know that they use satellites, but they may just have some other kind of device or software that is used for that. So I don't know enough about the company to say that that's what it is, but seeing that from their description, they do authentication, tracking, and tracing for supply chain integrity.
Wiss here saying that they're diluting. So that would be something that I'd want to stay away from. Real quick here, Tony bringing up ZSPC, an IPO from yesterday. Giddy up. This is ZSpace here. This is a provider in augmented reality and virtual reality educational technology solutions. Focuses both on the United States K through 12 school and career and technical education markets. Company has proprietary hardware and software platform, provides the ability to deliver an interactive, stereoscopic, three-dimensional learning experience to users without the need to utilize VR goggles or specialty glasses. So interesting. IPO yesterday. Looked like yesterday was what? This was a halt fest, wasn't it? This must have had 1 million halts yesterday. And that is an estimate, not an actual number. Huge move up to 32. We're back down here at 16. I would say be extremely careful on this one. Do we have? Yeah, I've got no float or anything here in terms of its share structure. Interesting description. Don't know anything about it. Oh, yeah, look at this. Halted on circuit breaker to the upside, 925, 11, 16, 19, 23, and 29. This thing was wild. Yes.
So I guess I'm curious as to exactly what this is. It sounds like it's like a provider of equipment for virtual classrooms, which, with how crammed the classrooms in this country are, that might be a good thing. That might be a way to still be able to educate our youth without having to have them go physically sit in a classroom that's already overstuffed. This kind of thinking out loud here about what this might be, but until we start seeing some like partnerships or deals or things that a school district coming and approaching them, be like, hey, we want your devices. I think this is probably going to end up coming back in.
Okay, Wiss here saying online education. We've seen some of those, especially those China online education stocks run. I didn't trade this one yesterday, but we'll take a look at it again here today. Stay focused. I like this piece of news. Hubs, ticker HUBS. That's HubSpot. Let me actually bring this up here. Look at this daily chart. This stock is an absolute monster. HubSpot acquired Frame AI, which is an AI platform that listens and predicts everything customers are talking about. That is interesting. Seems like there's a privacy violation in there somewhere, but
that sounds like Amazon and Google already.
Wonder is that a net positive for Hubs? I would imagine.
Well, all I'm saying is, like, if you have Amazon, devices that you talk to and order from, one of their little pucks, or same thing with Google with their home devices. It seems like those are always on. So just kind of wondering if how is this different from that? But it seems like it's just the same thing.
This was, as the producer's mentioning here, this was a Jason Raznick favorite. He did so good buying this in a 400 handle. Looks like we might test 800 here today. Well, maybe not today, but in the near future here. Okay. We're under 2 minutes until we open here. We are a minute, actually, until we open. I'm going to flip over to the main workspace here. Let's see what the scanners are telling us. SMX, that penny stock that you guys mentioned, that's already on the scanner. Asana shares trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q3 financial results and fiscal year 25 guidance above estimates. Also, Piper Sandler and Baird raised their respective price targets on the stock. Willing to bet that there were more than just Piper and Baird. Asana here, this is a nice sized move here. You can see what this is doing on the daily. See if we get some action here. I watched call flow on this one as well here today. BBAI also on the relative volume scanner here early. We talked about that one. SATL, Satellogic that 13 mentioned, that's also on here. QBTS, the quantum play, one of the quantum plays on here, and UiPath also on here, ticker PATH.
Fantastic. And here we are with just about 5 seconds left. Let's go, folks. And we're open.
Bring back the start bell. That was my platform that was doing that, and I had the wrong sound set up. I'll see if I can figure out how to do that, though. Anyway, we are open here.
Just watching the movers out of the gate here. Seeing which one's going to
let's watch
the earliest trades.
Let's watch Yoga Pants out of the open here. Higher we go.
Yeah, that one's
higher we go on Lululemon.
Probably all those that reported earnings are going to end up doing well.
Yeah.
So it was Lulu, Docu, Docu pushing up. Gosh, I had the whole list here. Path, GitLab, Alta, and I think that's it. Well, Path actually was going down. That was going down in the after hours yesterday. But GitLab, what's that doing this morning?
I'll tell you what,
that one's selling off.
This Lulu, I mean, it stopped here. 388.42 is your high print, but this right out of the open looked like this was making a dash towards 400. Woo!
Looks like we're getting a mention in the chat about Wolf. This one trying to get back above VWAP. Might 650 is the pre-market high to break over here. Having a little bit of a tough time getting back over VWAP. We'll see if it can push back up though. Okay, so GXAI trying to move up here. That one's actually starting to get going. Intraday, I'm sorry, pre-market high on that one is 269. Let's see what else here. UPC not doing a whole lot yet. Same with ALBT and ZVOW. But GXAI looking like it's trying to push up. Lulu still going. Docu going. GitLab falling down.
Yeah, I was waiting for that. Lulu just ran out of the gate, so no day trade for me here on Lulu. But if you had this really, really good stuff, this, I'm telling you, I think this makes a move for 400 here.
Looks like Docu may end up going to 100. It almost hit that in the after hours yesterday. Wouldn't be surprised if we hit that in the regular session here. Number
of chatters are mentioning ORIS here. Oris. That is popping out of the gate. Is this halted to the upside? Oh, yes, wow. It is halted upside here. 1540 on Oris. Good call. Wow, you guys right out of the gate. Look at you guys on these movers right out of the gate. Tuna, Brandon, wow. Market Sniper, missing nothing. Nothing gets past you folks.
Look at it was getting mentioned on SoundHound. That thing has had some crazy price action yesterday and this morning.
That's some pretty good. I was just going to say, had some pretty good price action here today. Was there any fresh news on SoundHound?
No, it's just going to keep moving. Okay, so GitLab just continues to go lower. DocuSign is trying to break that intraday. I'm sorry, that after hours high of 99.80. Getting pretty close.
Rubric looks like this was a looks like this was a dip and then right back up to the highs. PRCH being mentioned by Market Sniper here. Rated that one recently. That's Porch Group. That is ripping out of the open as well.
Getting a mention of Orsis. This is halted into the the upside.
Yeah, I mentioned that one.
Okay, gotcha.
S Sentinel 1. This is popping here too. Remember, this recently had earnings and they were poor. Wonder Sentinel-1 really needs to get back above 26 for more upside, if you ask me.
Well, it's not too far away. And what are we doing here?
Lululemon. Looks like we're going to test 400, but that was as soon as it showed you that strength here. And this, this is what we talked about. It seemed like, especially after that data print, that the stocks that reported good earnings might take that next leg up. Lulu here right to 400. Hopefully some of you guys caught that. Nice UPC. Little register ring here. UPC?
Yeah, UPC has is now starting to pop and move up. It's coming up to resistance. This pre-market resistance around 4 has been slapping it down all morning. So if we break over 4 with some authority here, we could really get going and take out that pre-market high of 451.
GitLab here pulled back. This actually set new highs in the pre-market here, pulled back to the consolidation area. Looks like it's trying to hold the $70 level and maybe move higher here on GitLab, GTLB, and Knox being mentioned by Smoke Tuna. And Knox popping to the highs here right out of the gates. We do have a lot of movers here going on volume. PGHL, this was a recent one that we've traded. This is even popping a little bit here today.
UPC still trying to push up here. It's 4 seems to be the big resistance area for UPC. We're almost there. But as soon as we approach it, it just gets slapped right back down. But we're going to get a breakthrough, it looks like, at some point. See that volume to continue to expand. And my GI again says Jonathan Cooper. Yeah, UPC might. Okay, here we go. Now it's come back into VWAP. This might start flagging here, but let's see if we get some VWAP support.
I actually have VWAP at 329 too on UPC. JFBR, this is right at that support level. Watch for this to hold at 3, otherwise, yikes. CBAO has done nothing. SMX, that actually pulled back right out of the open. ALBT, the stock that was up 160%, this came back into the VWAP and tried to bounce.
GitLab might be finding a bottom here. Need to see some confirmation of a turnaround and hold above the VWAP. It's trading slightly beneath VWAP right now, but it is trading right where the 200 EMA is on the 5 minutes. So we'll see if we get a turnaround here. Soundhound selling off after popping over the 14 handle in the pre-market.
One of the things that I just saw on here, it kind of reminded me, saw some Oracle calls. This is very small. This was really only a $29,000 buy, but that reminded me, Oracle, one of the stocks that has earnings next week. So Oracle, ticker ORCL, MongoDB, ticker MDB, Planet Labs from your space list, ticker PL, AutoZone, which has been a huge killer, huge mover, AZO, GameStop, GME, all reporting earnings next week. Lululemon above 400 now, 402.18, your high print on Lululemon. Here's UPC still holding at that area here, 13.
Mm-hmm. And DocuSign now over 100. So there that goes. Yeah, UPC at that $4 level. That's the big question mark, I think.
Yeah, now we're pulling a little bit here. Aura Alpha, good morning. Great to see you again. Jay Summers, just rocking ALBT. Nice little day trade there on ALBT. More Oracle calls. This one was a lot bigger. This was 1,000 contract sweep on Oracle.
Jonathan Cooper mentioning Canaan. This is the Bitcoin mining
CAN
manufacturer. Yep. We had a intraday high yesterday of 253. I can see that there's a big wall of still orders at 250, so that's going to be your big resistance area. After we get past that, let me see what there could be. Then you're going to get to some what appears to be 50, almost 52-week new highs. We're the December of last year we got up to 350. So that's kind of what we're trading into right now is that area from December of 2023. 350 break over that would mean new 52-week highs for sure.
Okay. ORIS still halted. I think we're kind of waiting for that. ZSPC, this was that IPO from yesterday that we talked about. Looks like this is halted to the downside here, 1650. I'm starting to wonder about Oracle here. We talked about those earnings. You know what? We might ask Anne-Marie about that here today.
And Wolf sold off out of the open, rebounding right now.
Oh, we already have that on the list.
Recapturing VWAP. Still has 650 as the pre-market high.
Whis, good call here. JFBR, Jeff Brands, that rocketed on volume. A little bit of a delayed reaction there, but this took us all the way to the VWAP here. I wouldn't buy this, Whis. Maybe wait for a pullback here. If we cross it, I guess maybe you can go for a scalp higher there. But nice call here. Looks like this volume really told the story here. Ticker JFBR. Tesla, this got mentioned by Lion earlier. This is really selling the pre-market pop that it hit. This coming all the way back in. Lulu, good Lord.
Yep.
Good Lord.
Good Lord, y'all.
Yeah. So I wanted to, you just reminded me. So first of all, Jay Wild, good morning. As always, he said, good morning, y'all, or morning, y'all. And I immediately thought of our new favorite ticker here, the y'all ETF. God bless America, Jay. Here you go.
That's funny.
But Lulu, sorry for, I got excited there and I kind of digressed. It's a Friday. Lulu here, what a monster move out of the open here. I have a high print of 407. Jay Harris mentioned it hit 405. We're above 405 at this. Man, oh man. Good morning, Beach Bum. God, we got the whole group here. Bitcoin to 103 again today. Nick, I would not be shocked. I know it pulled back yesterday. We did hit really quickly though. Oh, 13, you weren't here for this. We're gonna do another laugh riot here. Take a look at this screenshot, folks. Peter Schiff mentioned that this high print, exactly where that little line goes to, that was when Jim Cramer was on TV saying that Bitcoin is an amazing investment. He literally called the top. Looking at the 5-minute, Jim Cramer called the top perfectly. So, Nick, can we get back to that level? We shall see.
Did he call the top, or did just people start selling because he was talking about it?
Well, you tell me, 13. That's kind of what I'm getting at here. He literally said it right there while he was on TV. He didn't tweet it. He said it while he was on TV. And the coin sold off directly from that. So, LOL, Jim Cramer. He's undefeated.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I know he's got a lot of people hurt with some of his garbage calls. I mean, if you bought Didi when he said to buy it, you absolutely got killed in that.
Yo, what? What, producer? Pro tip, if you paste a tweet URL to a TradingView chart, it will attach itself to the bar when the tweet went out. What the F? You need to show me this. And if we don't have this functionality available in Pro, it needs to be added to Pro yesterday. This is one of the coolest things I've ever heard. I did not know this.
UPC
this is awesome. Sorry, I'm blown away.
No problem. UPC is trying to push up here into the 4 area. We're actually trying to recapture VWAP at the moment, but kind of putting in a bit of a bull flag on the 5-minute. Just need to see a little bit more expanding volume to take us over 4.
Aura Alpha saying Jim creates exit liquidity for Joe. Excuse me. Jim, middle name, create exit liquidity for his buddies Kramer. Now, okay, that's funny. Took me a sec to get it there, but that's pretty funny. Oris, is that open? No. Open and halted down. Did it? Oh yes. Excuse me. Good call. So this open, halted down. I'm not in this. I'm not playing this halt one.
Okay, here we go. We're trying with UPC here. It's got a bunch of orders to chew through around 375. We just need to see this volume expand so we can take over good over 4. And it might just come when we're not expecting it, but it has that formation right now. So let's see what we get here in the next 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
Rissa Sox asking about JMIA.
Jumia. This has actually been a good trade for us. I've traded this one a number of times. Been a pretty good one. This is actually a nice move here, breaking out from yesterday's intraday high.
Nobody take Creamer serious.
I like how you called him Creamer. That might be my favorite part of this whole thing. You called him Creamer twice.
Yeah, because if you listen to him, that's what your account will be like. It'll get creamed.
Oh man, you guys are awesome. UPC trying to push here. I'm not in this. Damn.
Yeah, Crimp Biscuit. I use a 5-minute time frame. Yeah, it's really trying to get to 4. I mean, I think that's a clear as day breakout level here for this one. Really need to see the
ALBT,
buy.
this did come back into the VWAP. Now, so far it's held it. Jay Summers, I know that you were hitting this in the pre-market. Good stuff there. This one was up massively. It's coming back in a little bit, but so far it's holding. I'm going to watch UPC, though. This seems to be the best setup of the day.
Wolf also coming back, and so is Soundhound is trying as well.
Okay. UMAC is getting crushed. That's one of our drone plays that we talked about. That was Trump Jr. joining the board. Looks like that was a sell the news event. Boy, oh boy. This thing really on the backside of the move there. Thoughts on coin. Rick, good question here. My thoughts on coin. I'm actually out of my coin position. I didn't get what I was hoping for yesterday. It actually kind of came back in, and I lost my drawings on here. Son of a B. Real quickly here, just to kind of clean up on coin. We talked about this. This was gapping up yesterday. I'll show you the trade setup on why we took that prior, but we really kind of sold back all day. So I actually had to stop and make sure I took gains on this. It wasn't a whole lot. I was actually hoping for more, but the good news here on coin, or the big thing to watch here, was this, right? We had this nice little break right in here. Okay. And then we had, let's go back to this. Let me get my trend line. And we had this type of triangle here. It's going to be a little bit janky, so I beg your pardon. We had this type of triangle here that we broke out of. Okay. And now if we back test this area, to me, it sure looks like coin wants to go higher here. My initial target's going to be 360, 365. We'll see if we get that on coin. I'm bullish on this. Currently have no position, and I use the product. Rick.
CDOT, I think there's some other companies out there that would make it so that GitHub's not a monopoly. Anthem, I think, is one of them, and I think Teams might be another. I'd have to have some of those technical folks check me on that, though. So still waiting for that break over 4 with UPC. ALBT might be getting some support, but it still doesn't look good to me. XIII, that one popped up to about the 235 area, getting a little bit of pullback, but still above VWAP. Wolf trying to recapture 6.
You know what? So every time that you or the group says woof, I think of Kevin McAllister talking about Buzz's girlfriend because it's Home Alone season. I can't help it, dude. I cannot help it. But I will say, for me, at least on my end here, it makes me smile a lot throughout the course of the day. Don't have any position on woof, though.
So you'll be watching that for Christmas.
Oh, dude, I Home Alone, man, that movie will never get old. It will never get old. UPC, this is actually pulling back to its VWAP here. So you want to watch this at the VWAP?
Yeah, just really having a hard time getting over 4.
Yeah, 380 seems to be the spot that's stopping it, but I agree with your 4 target.
Soundhound moved back up to VWAP, still getting rejected. They had a large sell order in the way at 1385.
Producer wants me to do a Home Alone on location. I don't want to fight off bad guys. What were you?
You got to give us your best. Kevin McAllister screen.
No, I'm not going to do that. That reminds me of the Patrick Mahomes saying, "No, I'm not going to say that." When it comes to the fumble Ruski do or whatever. Anyway. UPC here still kind of holding in. I'm actually taking a little bit here. 357. I'm looking for that move to 4. We'll see if we get it. Stop at 349, by the way, on that.
Oops. Asking
Gonna be a tight stop on UPC.
CDOT asking if we
and stopped out on UPC, and it's pulling more. Sorry to interrupt. Which one?
Oh, it's UHC, United Homes Group.
UHC.
Yeah.
Wait.
What's the thought here?
UHC? No.
No. Yeah, UHC. What's the thought here with this? I don't see a UHC.
There is no ticker.
Okay. All right.
I think he's talking about UNH. I think he's talking about United Health Group because he said, dare bring it up. I think he's talking about UNH because the CEO was murdered. Right. As far as the stock goes, I mean, this is really starting to pull back here, down another 2.5% here. I'm not trading this. This is maybe at a support level here, 555, 560, maybe. I'm not trading this one though. Hands off on this one. Ryan, am I in PGHL? No, I'm not. I didn't take. I'm actually 0 for 1 today. I took a stab at UPC. I got stopped out of it. 0 for 1, really small though. Shouldn't be a big deal. I'm not in PGHL. Let me take a look at that.
Doc, you flirting with 102?
Should have been. Quiz, I should have been. Are you? Damn. Yeah, P, you're this is not over. I just had a really tight stop on that because I was looking for that push to 4. And I was basically, the stop was below VWAP, below one of the bids that was on the level 2. So it was small. It was actually a starter position here. I lost $27 on the tight stop. So, well, if this sets up again, I'm not opposed to that. Let's watch for a VWAP cross here on UPC.
You know, I like the idea with BBAI. Those the wicks that they're putting in here, not the greatest look. Might be indicating to us that this is going to come into 3, a little bit closer to 3 first.
Rigetti popping to the highs here, 373. Here is your BBAI chart. Look, we made that double top right here at 336. If UPC flush might be the buy. You might be right on that, Tuna. You might be right on that.
And you know, it could even flush down to 150. I don't know that it will, but keep that in mind. Rum on fire. Thoughts on ACHR? You know, we had news on Archer. We've known about their expansion in the Middle East, specifically with Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates. We still think that it's going to continue to do well. Still, you know, needs to get everything, you know, the aircraft built, and we probably won't see those in the sky until sometime next year. But it's shaping up to be an incredible growth story.
Sorry, I'm looking for something here real quick, 13s. Just give me one sec. Helping out one of my teammates real quick.
All right. So let's see here. Looks like we're still seeing if Wolf is going to do something. It's kind of just been consolidating all morning. And 1 second. All right. So UPC is still beneath VWAP. Still having a hard time with 4. Still need to be patient. Docu coming back in after almost touching 102. Looks like Lulu came back into VWAP and has got some support. Now it's trying to push back up to the intraday high of 407.41.
So here's Lulu. So Lulu is pretty much doing what Docu is starting, right? The Lulu made that nice little impulse move out of the open, pulled back, and now it's bouncing. If we go back to Docu, which you just talked about, it's starting to do the same thing. So this might, you know, watch this $100 level here on Docu. You might have a trade there. Look at Jay Harris, dude. Took Lulu call 400, $1,300 to start your morning here. Register ring. You can get a 1-up, Jay Harris. Let's go. Let's go. Great stuff.
Looking for a break over VWAP with Whoop. Buzz, your girlfriend. Got you there.
Yeah, you did. Shouldn't have said anything. Should have said anything. Okay, UPC loading zone.
Raj,
Tuna, dude, look at that, dude. First of all, real quick, this might be coincidence. I know you don't use this 13, you use the 5-minute, but this 65 EMA on the 1-minute chart was providing crispy support for UPC.
65 is great across all time frames. Just look what it's doing on the 5. Look what we got out of the 5 a minute when we opened.
And you know what? I think Tuna is right here. I think this was the loading zone. Tuna, I think you got the right entry here. I think you're actually lower. I'm back in UPC here, by the way. Open price 350. Here we go, right back to VWAP. Oh, let's go. Let's take out 365. I see a little bit of size there. Tuna, really appreciate this.
Yeah.
Back in this because of your call.
And here comes Wolf. It's moving back up through VWAP. Love to see it.
365 area on UPC stopping it here. There was a little bit of size. They took it, but they also added more. 370 has some size above that as well. I'm looking for both of those to get taken out.
I'm looking for that break of 4. That's what I want. Well, it's the CDOT. Are you referring to the person that your teacher would send you to if you acted up, or not? I'm just messing with you. So here we go with
365 down UPC.
Yep.
3. There goes 370. Here we go. We're going for that.
Give us 4.
Give us 4. Give us 4. Give us 4. I'm only backing a starter here, so I'm actually trying to hold this. Here we go. Here we go.
Orders out there.
Here we go. There it is. Selling into that pop. Bang, bang, bang.
And halted. And we're going to halt this.
Oh, I'm out before the halt. I should have held it. Damn. But you know what, though? Not going to get pissed. Now I'm 1 for 2 here today. Smoked tuna. 13. The combination of you two folks is the reason that I just made that successful trade. Well done, team.
And here's a breakout of Lulu coming. And
dude, we're getting it all here today.
This chat is the GOAT.
Happy Friday, folks. Let's go. Great call, UPC. Let's go, you guys.
No, I've got no positions right now.
Nope, neither do I. I am flat. I am flat. Killer call tuna, without a doubt. I mean, look, tuna wakes up and he puts his pants on one at a time. The only difference is that after he puts his pants on, he makes killer calls. Go team, indeed.
His name's Smoke Tuna, but he should be smoking tuna.
Might be a cigar night tonight, honestly. It might be a cigar night tonight.
The last time I checked on UME was earlier this week. I think it is either yesterday or the day before. It looks like we're trying to get over 150 here.
Oh, Whis, good call. PGHL. Oh, man. No, I was not in this, and I should have been. Really good stuff, Whis. This went right to the VWAP, a little bit of a pullback. We rocketed through on a volume pop. $2 does seem like a realistic target here. Feels like an Irish coffee kind of night. Who in the F drinks coffee at night? I can't. As someone that is addicted to coffee and loves it, my life is better because of coffee. If I drink that at night, man, I need to really put the Irish whiskey in there.
Rum coming up to a resistance area. I have it at 860. I can see that there's a pretty large size comparatively for sell orders at 850. So we get through that. I think we're bursting through that 860. I have multiple levels on rum for from previous price action. It seems 860, 890, and 940 are the next levels I have to the upside for resistance and rum.
This rum chart ripping here. Buzz Lightyear is just out here today. I asked who drinks coffee at night, and Buzz Lightyear says me. Felipe, alcoholic coffee. Not against it. Nick, us sobers make the mistake. Nick, look, I'm with you. Most of those nights, I'm with you. Might go off tonight. We'll see. Sorry, 13, get in there.
No worries. Our Alpha mentioning RADX halt squeezer. Let's take a look at this. RADX. It is halted. It's very, it seems like it's pretty thinly traded. But if we are going to unhalt and blast off, we have that after hours high of 42.94. So let's just say, hey, we're targeting 43 here for a breakout.
Whis saying espresso martinis in the morning and the night.
Day and night.
We'll do those day and night for sure. Whis, I'm with you on that one.
GXAI.
Yep, this going right to those pre-market highs.
Yeah, Raj, give me a second. I'll give you some levels for Tesla.
GXAI, is this going to halt here, folks? GXAI? And let us know if you guys have any indications on UPC. I don't have those in my broker, but several of you do. Tom, good Lord, does PLTR ever give up? No, dude. See, that's the thing. When you have one of these momentum rippers, it's just going to keep trading up. And then when you sell it, it's like, see ya. See you later. I know you want to pull back, but there are no pullbacks here. We keep going higher. At some point, this will pull back. Man, Palantir has been a monster, though.
Looking at Tesla's price action and, to the left, historically, 22, the turn of the year, that had some of the highest prints.
And one low that stands out to me is 372. We did print higher than that, but it seems like every time that we made these pops and came back in, it always seems that the return would come back up to that 372 area and find resistance. Sometimes it would break through, other times it wouldn't. But I think 372 is a pretty interesting level. We're above it right now, so I'll be looking at it as support. But for the upside, the next level I would have would be, let's call it 384.50. How about that one?
Okay. 415, that all-time high in there. Okay, let me go back to my main scanner here. Jay Rice. Ryan, I drink coffee to help with my putting. By the way, did you see Scotty Scheffler went with the claw saw? So no, I didn't see the Scotty Scheffler thing that you're asking about. If there's something that you can, if there's like a link, can you DM me that on Twitter? I'd love to see that. I drink coffee to help with my putting. Me too. And when I do most of my putting, it is in the morning. There's nothing better than getting on the. Okay, sorry. Let me put it on screen. There's nothing better than being on the golf course in the morning, cup of hot coffee in the golf cart, and having your putting absolutely locked in. That is one of the best feelings. I'm with you on that, Jay.
So UPC is open. It popped up to 493 and came back in. Now it's getting some support and trying to push back up. I'm going to wait and see what this does, because if this is going to be one of those crazy ones, I think I know where we might get some of that crazy movement going to. Here's a hint. It could be a 2X from here.
Ooh. 13 dropping the hints early.
It is trying to push up.
Real quick here, stay focused. Yes, we have the Michigan consumer sentiment numbers coming. We're going to, I believe, producer will pop those on the screen when they are available. By the way, I just scalped UPC again right there. 2 for 3 today.
Hell yes. Yeah, I line that list. I'm with you on that. 372. Just based on that price action, it looks like that's a pretty good support area.
Here you go. Michigan consumer sentiment. USA. Oh,
all right.
Oh, wait. Was there? Let me go see if this is the number. I'm pretty sure that this is, because it is 10 o'clock. Yes, Michigan consumer sentiment for December 74 versus a 73.1 estimate. A little hot there. Market looks like it's pulling off the highs on this print. 1 year inflation expectations for December 2.9 versus 2.7 estimate. A little bit hot there. 5 year inflation expectation for December 3.1 versus the 3.1 estimate. That is in line and down from the prior read. Michigan consumer expectations for December 71.6 for 76.9 prior. Does look like the market pulled off the high there, but let's go back here. We'll take a look at this live together. Go ahead, 13.
Rum, breaking through those levels I mentioned earlier. There's not been a red candle this morning for rum, just continuing to go up. Yes, James, that would be Robert Duvall if you drink napalm.
I love the smell of coffee putting in the morning. That's an Apocalypse Now reference right there.
Yes.
Just to make sure. Dom, you guys are so sophisticated. I drink coffee to help me go to the bathroom. I don't want to fool anyone here. I do this too. Just to be very, very clear, coffee, one of the reasons why I just have a love affair with coffee, greatest thing in the world in the morning, without a doubt.
For me, that is a circumstance.
See, I got 3D and I, we're on the same wavelength here. Coffee in the morning and a drink at night. That's how it's done, 3D. With you on that. Mm-hmm. Born to be free. I'm sorry, producer. I'm fighting you with all these banners. Gotta say hello to Born to be free, especially with the capital LOL. Miss you, Born. Hope you're doing well. Is the old lady Janet Yellen supposed to speak today? She was not on the docket for today, at least not on my notes. Maybe I'm wrong about that. All I had today on my notes was Bowman at 9:15, which already happened. Goolsby at 10:30, which is happening in 28 minutes. Hammock at 12, and Daily at 1.
BBAI pushed over the pre-market high, 338. Now the new intraday high, looking for 355 on BBAI. Wolf just kind of been running back and forth, but it's above VWAP now. It looks like it might be curling, but the volume just needs to be better than this. 630 is the first level I'd like to see the price get over, and if it gets over that, then the pre-market high would be 650. Well, GitLab continuing to go lower. This might go right back to the price it was yesterday during the regular session.
Oh my God. What? This really gave up the entire earnings gap almost. Wow.
Lulu not doing the same thing. As a matter of fact, this looks like it's about to move over that 407.41 intraday high.
Now that's the opposite. That one's a rager here, also appearing on the relative volume scanner. Look at the volume here today on Lulu. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Here we go. This actually is going to break higher here.
Yep,
on Lulu.
and there it is.
Really good call. Really good call, 13. God, you were on that.
Just a slightly higher high now. But I do want to see the volume get better than this. I would have thought we would have had a bigger move than this. But I think that's because the volume isn't as great. And this thing is pretty spready too. Like 50-cent spread in the prices at the moment.
Tracy asking, Ryan, what broker do you use? Just curious about their settlement rules and how you scalp. Tracy, I use Thinkorswim. All right. So I have a Schwab account. I use Thinkorswim. My account is a margin account. Obviously, it's over the pattern day trading threshold, but it is a margin account. So I buy and sell whenever. Lulu kind of reminds me of Netflix did after that big run up. Dude, Netflix, we talked about Netflix being an absolute freight train. I mean, man, I remember thinking, I was texting a couple of people during that Tyson Paul fight being like, hey, is Netflix a short after all of these problems that they're having? No, it was not a short. It actually ripped to the highs here. This thing is an absolute freight train. Down almost 2/10 here today, but boy, oh boy, look at this. If Lulu did this, dude, if Lulu did this, I need to figure out another entry here. Look at this. So here we go, though. Actually, now that we're talking about this, you are approaching this gap here on Lulu. You know what? I'm just going to say it. If we do this, if we test this, I would probably try playing this. Here we have a gap fill on deck here from about 418 up to 470. Yeah, Netflix is up $200 since the Tyson Paul fight. Yikes.
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with that, international market expansion too. Remember?
Yeah, there's no question. Yeah, you're right.
That the Japanese really do like Netflix, especially with the amount of content they have in there that's up their alley. BBAI, it's still slowly moving up, but it's making its way there. UPC is also trying to push up some more as well after the unhalt and came down to VWAP almost. It's going now. 493.
Okay. Yeah, it is. You know what? When this broke and filled the gap to the downside 13, I was like, it might be. I didn't say anything, but I was like, it might be done, and I took it off. You're right. Oh, by the way, Ulta. So look at this, dude. We talked about this morning. I'm going to bring it up on the big chart here. Bring it up on the big chart. What did I tell you folks this morning? What did I tell you folks on Ulta? We were right here in the pre-market this morning. And I said, we're right in between the 200-day if we pull back, and we're going to the 500-day if we trade higher. And I said, if you put a gun to my head, pull it back, play it back. If you had a gun to my head, if I had to pick, I would say that the next spot here is going to be 443. Look what we just printed. 443. And I open my mouth and it retraces. Take that, Jay Walker. Oh, Ulta, it did the thing. I should have traded that one. God, there's so much going on. I can't even trade it all. Lulu, 408.51 new high.
Rum got to 885, so just 5 cents shy of my 890 resistance area, and it's coming back in, losing the 860 in the process. If it gets down to VWAP, I have that at 823. That would be the earliest support that I have, and if it doesn't turn around here. I can't even believe I'm going to say this. Someone's going to clip it. It is what it is, though, folks. It's the internet. Fat Wong 36.
I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Batwang.
Thank you, 13. It would have been helped if you had said that prior. Fatwang. Yes, thanks, Tuna. You need your own stream. No, we like Tuna being here. And by the way, the invitation is still open for Tuna to join us on stream if you want. We'd be happy to do that. We like him here, though. I'm glad you're finding benefit from his calls, though. We're having a nice little laugh here on a Friday morning.
Looks like Orsis is up. Oh, not Orsis. Oris. Oris. It's
Up.
open. I'm sorry, open.
Yeah. Okay, open because it's
been halted. Yeah, I'm sorry. Wrong words. It was it's probably going to go down to like maybe 5. Let's see here. Probably 5.10 would be my guess. That's where we ended up going in the after hours yesterday. After this halt fest to the upside, now we're having a halt fest to the downside.
I'll stay away from it. Serve. Look at this. Look at this move here on serve. Another just straight up move here, Tony. I don't know. I mean, I guess really watching this pre-market high break, it's just these haven't worked in some of these names, but man, when they work, they go. It did the same thing yesterday, dude.
Docu is getting support from VWAP over the past almost 10 minutes now. And if it looks like it's trying to push back up to go and take out 102. So if we get that volume to expand, it looks like we might get that 102 print. Oh, wow.
Nick, in Lulu 406, out 409. There's a good scalp. You're taking the power mover, the stock that has the momentum to the upside. I understand it's already moved like 50 points, but you're identifying the right momentum mover. Nice little scalp there, Nick. Good stuff. Getting in the green. UPC back to VWAP. You know, there might still be more trades in UPC. It is holding at VWAP right now. 3D, I want to immerse into day trading. You are in the right spot. You are in the right spot. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'd need to
UPC re-enter what level? Maybe the VWAP right here, honestly.
Yeah, I'd need to see this turnaround here. It looks like it is trying to. The MACD was getting me a little concerned is all. But let's see if it can nullify that concern by pushing up into 4 and higher.
Tuna is enjoying his fine wine in Paris and printing money. I'll be honest, not a terrible life right there for Tuna. Good morning, Mike. It's great to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Jay Wild mentioning RGTI pushing a little.
Yeah, this pushed earlier. Jay's on it. And this actually just set some new highs here. Good stuff here on Rigetti. This also part of that quantum computing theme. Born, I completely agree. This has been awesome. The support has been great. I appreciate every single one of you. Here. And like I said, keep the feedback coming. We want to know what makes things better here. How can we make it better for you?
Doc, you doing the thing. That was great. Right out the VWAP support, trying to push up to 102. Let's take out 102. It's almost there. Yeah, antimony's still going. So Tesla's hanging out around 372. That's the support. And I don't know if I'm going to pronounce your name correctly, so I won't. But getting asked if SMCI any chance of see what I mean? Any chance of 55?
Let me get a big chart here for SMCI. We can do that together if you'd like. 13. Still amazed that Alta went right to the 500 and stopped there. That's really incredible. Question was about 55, was it not? Yeah, any chance of 55? Well, so first of all, first thing that I see here, did we fill this gap? Yes, we did fill the gap on Tuesday. We came off that level. Sure looks to me like 46.25, 46 and a quarter here. That's going to be your 100-day moving average. That seems to be the next level. A break above 50, which is going to be the top end of this consolidation range. I would say 55 is possible. It's about the midway point between the 100-day and the 200-day. So SMCI really needs to keep the positive trading here. You can see the volumes really starting to come in. Maybe it doesn't have the juice to get there. Let's see what happens if it gets to and above that 100-day moving average.
Yeah, my whole thing with SMCI has been that consolidation between 40 and 50. That's the real big question mark it has to get through. And so far, it's only been able to get about halfway before pulling back. So the way that currently is set up, it looks like it could move up to take out the halfway mark, which is almost 46. But I think that it's going to, you have a lot. The thing is that I really don't know about this consolidation. It could push through it, but I don't know if it's going to happen quickly or not. It seems like it might take a little bit of time. And if it does get through that consolidation, then yes, I think 55 is going to happen.
Okay. Let me go back to my main workspace here. Boop. GXAI pushing. Watch that 3 level here. Volume looks really good on GXAI.
And BBAI about to hit 355. This thing is pushing up as well.
There it is.
These AI names.
There it is. AI names, quantum names. UPC still holding at that VWAP. Excuse me. Oh my goodness.
DocuSign not quite ready to push past 102, but still moving up there. RX. Oh.
Yeah, this is vertical, dude. Was there news on this today? No. Wow, huge move higher. CBOW. So that online Chinese education. Not today.
Yeah, looks like it might lose 3 later today.
Docu still flirting with that $100 level.
Looks like UPC still trying to get back over 4 so we can make a run for 5. Well, our Alpha, I hope that you're done recovering and that you're back up on your feet from surgery. Hope you're all
Likewise.
right.
Likewise. And 3D, Ryan's enthusiasm is contagious. That's what I want to hear. Also, I'm telling you, like I said, I was feeling a little bit under the weather earlier this week. We pushed through it. I'm so excited to be back to feeling like $1 million. It's just, oh man, I cannot wait to get out and do some exercise today too. It's going to be cold out there. It's 19 degrees.
Yes,
Very enthusiastic.
AI and quantum technology are different. AI would be the software side. Quantum technology, well, it's more on the physical side. You're using a new kind of, I guess we'll say machine language, qubits, but it's more on the hardware side. AI is quantum technology is going to be used for AI to power AI in the future. No doubts about that, but they are different.
They're going
to complement each other. Sorry.
It's all good. Stay focused mentioning OKLO here. This has been a great trade for us recently. Sure looks like this $20 support level is pretty sweet. 2250 was a previous resistance level. It's still in that under the trend line that you had me draw on here. But intraday here, nice little dip to 20. This is what I mean. Nice bounce off that $20 level. Looks like we were kind of flirting with that level yesterday too. Big rip here on volume for OKLO.
Looks like Soundhound's trying to break over 410. It popped earlier above that and came back in. Let's see if we can get a sustained move over 410 this time, or 1410. I'm sorry. If we get a break over 1410, let's see if we can get through 1450 up to 15.
This may sound cheesy to the rest of the group here, but this is something that I learned when I started getting involved in the market back in 2014. Positivity will attract positivity, and do everything that you can to stay away from negativity because it can destroy you. Tom, this is a really good piece of advice. It's extremely simple, and I think more people should follow this. Being positive, trying to take an optimistic look at things. This has worked wonders for me since I started this career, and it has actually affected my personal and professional life outside of the market as well. I completely concur with this. I love to see other people saying this. Got it, Born.
Our Alpha mentioning PMA. Was also saying PGHL is set up.
PMA.
And Nicholas asking if is Docu an Adobe product or are they just adjacent? Well, I don't think they are, because Adobe, they're the ones with the PDFs and everything. But even though DocuSign, I believe, uses PDFs, they're a different service where they do document signing and authentication. It's a different service entirely, but I think they do complement each other.
Yeah, they are not really. They are each their own separate company, right? Adobe's ADBE. Just kind of looking at their website, no, they're not the same. Just your explanation was spot on. 13. I don't need to add to that.
We can see your text, Izzy.
Jay. Yeah, Jay, I like this. Yes, Izzy, we have seen your text all day here today, my man. All day. Your chat is working. A lot going on here today. We might have glossed over some of them.
Great mention on Can earlier. That's the Bitcoin mining machines, Canaan. This had a great setup out of the gate. Kind of made I want to say a bull flag. It had a much bigger flag area than normal, but resolved correctly, pushing up towards 3. Current intraday high is 257. Great mention.
DocuSign is used in France for real estate document signing. Isn't that done here? Is this what you demonstrated? No, that wasn't DocuSign. That was the Meta.
That was Meta. Basically, where you could take a PDF in a virtual landscape and sign it in a virtual landscape and then print it. So it's just like so you don't have to go to a physical location to sign documents. Here we go with UPC.
I was just going to say, just took 4 as you were saying that. You were on it though. You didn't even need me.
But they're you recognize PDFs because they're the electronic documents that we're so used to using. But DocuSign is a service that people use to sign virtually.
Did anyone else, just as kind of an aside here, did anyone else when they were younger go through like a 10 to 15 year period where your biggest skill was opening PDFs for older people? Every job that I had when I was younger, there was someone older on the staff that would get a PDF via email and did not know how to open it. And I was there to save the day more times than I can count. Now, I think PDF is a little bit more mainstream now, but I'm just wondering if anyone else is going through that. I had parents and people at jobs that they get a PDF, they'd be like, what the hell do I do? And there I was to save it. I was to save it. So let me know.
Here we go with SoundHound. We're getting up to that area. Still can't open. All right. Well, call Ryan after the show then.
I was going to say I can help you grow. Here's your SoundHound chart. I'm sorry for laughing. Actually, I'm not sorry. Sorry, not sorry, frankly.
Also, DocuSign over that 102 area. So both of those looking great, doing the things that we were looking for. SoundHound still trying to make its way to 15, but at least it got pretty close to 1450 before getting resistance. Now we're looking at 1410 as support. UPC still, oh God, they just brought a huge wall at 4. So somebody doesn't want this going higher, but I imagine if we get that volume expansion, that person at 4 is going to be taken out to the woodshed, and then we're just going to go higher.
They've refilled that 4 several times now on UPC.
ALBT, this one that has not been working out for us all morning, getting support from the 65 EMA on the 5-minute, trying to turn around. Let's see if it can get back up to VWAP, which I have at 574.
I will just say this. U.S. court upholds law requiring Chinese-based ByteDance to divest short video app TikTok in the U.S. Stay focused. Right. I think you mentioned this one. Snap. Let's look at Snap. I'm late to this. I'm sorry.
There it is.
Oh, stay focused. You had this called. I'm so sorry. I'm late to this. Oh, this was such a good call earlier. I think you threw this in the chat too.
So I don't know if Google's up on that news, but it's up. Meta's up on that news. Let's see. Our Reddit, is that up on that? Maybe. It looks like it reversed off that, but I can't really speak on if that's the case. What other social? Oh, DJT. What's that doing?
So, formal apology to the group here. I was laughing so much about just some of the fun stuff that we were talking about, like PDFs, that I missed this. Stay focused. Big props to you, bro. Big props to you. You were on this, called it here. And actually, we gave this to you ahead of time. Snap, likely one of those winners there. This did the thing, dude. It did the thing.
Yeah, and I don't know if we're going to get a resolution of this, but it looks like DJT does want to go over 35. The volume is not great, but it's got a pretty decent setup.
And I got to address this comment here real quick. Michael, sorry I'm chatting so much. I'm just excited to find your live stream.
Keep coming.
Michael, no apologies necessary. Keep it coming. As you can see from finding our stream here, one of the things that separates this stream from other streams is the community that you are a part of. So that means that you have a direct opportunity to positively affect this for yourself and everyone else. So do not apologize, boss. Glad to have you here.
Just kind of waiting to see if ALBT actually makes a move back to VWAP. The volume is awful.
Might not be the right time for this, but Jay Rice, mentioned that ALBT, you might want to be careful with that one because it's up several 100% earlier. Looks like he might have been right about that.
Oh, something just happened. Did I just? Oh, Snap came right back in after that, though. Meta pushed up higher, 623.80. Now that's reversing. Lulu losing BWAP. MACD looks like this is indicating that this will go lower. If it cannot recapture VWAP in the next 5 minutes, I think we may see a test of the 65 EMA.
This was Lulu, you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lost 400. Okay.
ZBOW, that one looks like it's turning around, got support from $3. MACD indicates that it might be curling back up. Let's see if it can recapture VWAP. I currently have that at 355.
NBIS, this is another one of those AI plays. This looks like this is trying to go higher here. I still haven't got a chance to re-add this, which I'm a tad disappointed in. NBIS looking pretty good here. AI, this is another one that was really good earlier this week. Glenn and Randy, if you folks are out there, I don't know if I've seen them yet. They used to do really well. They were day trading this daily like they were with Tesla. AI giving us moves every day here. Looks like we're at yesterday's intraday high. We'll see if we can pop above. Yesterday when it did this, it came back in, so mind that.
If ALBT cannot get above this 65 EMA before this candle closes, we probably are going to be heading lower. Looking to see if this consolidation here and the support from 65 EMA might be enough to turn it around. Not sure if we're going to get that now. Republicans press Biden administration on oil sanctions enforcement.
Well, oil here responding to that, down 1.7% here. Goodbye Iran oil. So was that what that is? Is that what that's thinking about there? Pressuring on oil sanction enforcement. Okay, so they basically are saying don't take oil from Iran.
Well, I mean, they're only 10% of it makes it to the rest of the world. China gets the other 90.
Okay, so
so
GXAI, is there any news for this? Raj, yes. Gaxos AI shares are trading higher after the company announced the release of its visual editor for AI solutions for game developers and publishers. That is your news here on GXAI. That is what is sending it higher. Let me just paste the actual thing here in the chat for you.
Yeah, SoundHound still looks like we are going to try for 15 here. ORIS, this is just a continued halt fest to the downside. I think I said that 510 was going to be the spot for support. Almost there. Another 80 cents and we should hit it. 90 cents, we should hit it.
Jay Rice. I actually had this thought too. So I'm going to shout you out here. This Doge thing blows me away. Now entire parties like it. Where were they for the last 40 years spending other people's money recklessly? So I've wrestled with this too, because it's amazing seeing lifelong politicians come out of meetings here and be like, yeah, this is great. I can't wait for this. I'm excited for this. Those are some of the words that are being used here. And the only thing I can think to explain this, Jay, is this is like that sugar bowl mentality, right? Like you have, it's so much easier to spend other people's money. And if you constantly have that, then it's hard to break that. It's not until someone sits you down and shakes you into reality. It's like, hey, we can't do this. And it feels like that's what's happening now. So it is strange. I think one of the things you're seeing here is you're seeing people from both sides of the aisle. I don't think this is specific to one side. You're seeing people on both sides of the aisle being like, things might be a little bit different going forward now in this country. And I don't think that's a bad thing. Let's see what the actual results are from this. There's a lot of talk early on. Talk is one thing. Let's see what the results are. We could all be better off if there are good results from this.
DocuSign still moving up. It looks like ALBT could not get support from that 65 EMA and likely going to be headed lower.
So we were right on all of the earnings except GitLab, all of the positive earnings continued higher, right? So Lulu, we took a look at Lulu's the bell of the ball here today. No pun intended with the yoga pants stuff, but bell of the ball here. Ulta, this pushed higher and came back in a little bit. We had DocU, that went for 100. That actually broke 100. It looks like it's trying to go high. Yeah. So DocU might be the bell of the ball here. The only one that didn't go was GitLab, right? GTLB. Yeah, this retraced a lot of its move here. Interesting. How did Path do?
Actually, I was just looking at Path. That's curling back up right now. We might be getting a trade opportunity here, especially if this MACD curls and crosses to the upside. That would be an indicator to me that we are trying to go for some recapture here. That would be the recapture of this consolidation area that we got in pre-market between 1430 and 1470. That'd be what I'd be looking to chew through there. Now, I will say we could see some resistance in that range. But if we can move through that, then I think we're going to have another test of that intraday high of 1534 on deck.
Okay. Good stuff there. That did cross that VWAP there. GXAI, tell you what, we continue to get impressive volume sticks here. No surprise, this is pushing to the high. This up 150% here, up 2 points today.
DocU's over 103 now.
QBTS flagging higher here. 440 looks to be the support area, and that high here is 450.
Here comes 15 with Soundhound.
My God, really?
Mm-hmm. On its way.
I think I'm probably gonna miss. There was someone in our pro ecosystem. I think it was Bernardo, who was emailed me and said, "Look, Ryan, I feel really strongly about Soundhound." This was back pre-earnings at like $5. He's like, "I feel really strongly about this. I got a lot of capital tied up in this." I probably haven't seen him because he might be on an island right now, earning 20%. All right, because this has been a huge move here for Soundhound. He was spot on that. Bernardo, if you're out there lurking, just enjoying your caviar and champagne, big props to you for this one. You had really good conviction that I did not have that day, and you're being rewarded for that. Kudos.
Getting asked if UPC is done. If
Feels
it can't
like
hold
it to me.
I mean, if it can't hold the 65 EMA, then I would say that the next support level down is going to be, about 250, 255, where the 200 EMA is. So if that's a little bit too painful for you, then I think for the time being that it could be done. But we've seen some of these just pop, sell off into the lunch hour, and then afterwards they come back. So I don't know if it's necessarily done for the day, but at the moment it looks like it's going to be going lower if it can't hold the 65 EMA.
Here's what 13 is talking about. Here's your visual aid. It's right there at that 65 EMA. That purple line is going to be the 201 that he referenced.
Yeah. And Smoke Tuna is, right. I'm right there with him. UPC needs a big green candle, else done. Yeah.
Yep. I would agree. Okay, real quickly. Jay Rice mentioning a firm, ticker AFRM. Let's go to, what I'm actually going to do is go to my chart tool here. We'll go here, AFRM, boom, boom, boom.
And be careful with DocU. I think this is starting to get a little tired up here and extended. We're at a high RSI on the 5-minute chart, and the MACD may be indicating that it's starting to roll over. So just be careful with DocuSign.
Affirm here. This is the buy now, pay later. Look, I've been straight up, mea culpa here for the group. I've been wrong on the buy now, pay later stocks. I thought as we continue to tighten, or as the consumer tightens here, this has bad news written all over it. The stocks are telling me to go F myself. They keep going higher. So Affirm, he had a nice little impulse move here up to 50, came back into 25, got a 50% haircut, and now we've taken out new highs, flagging up here around 71. Also worth mentioning here, the best call from Tim Melvin in the calendar 2024 year was Cecil. Tim Melvin got on our show and gave this to our group at 150. This thing printed 480. 480. This is your buy now, pay later leader. Also, we got news, I think a couple of weeks back, Klarna, another buy now, pay later company, is going to do their public offering, I believe, in early 2025. So this entire theme has been hot. You guys that are trading this, you guys were right on this. I didn't do this one. And damn, I was wrong. I did trade Sezzle here because the Melvin Magic, but I didn't get 400s. I went from like 150 to 200 and thought I was doing real good. Oh man, can I get my shares back?
Wiz asking where is the bottom on ORIS? If we are going to get support from that low from the after hours yesterday at 511, where I was calling it 510, that's where I would expect the last bit of support to be before we really start to fall out of bed here. So 510 is what I'm kind of looking at here for a support level. If we don't get that, then just take it off your screen. It's probably going to be done for the day. But if it starts to turn around, then we may have something.
Real quick here, Gary mentioning McDonald's having a nice move. Gary, good morning. It's great to see you. Thanks for all of your support too. This is awesome 13 because we recently talked about this one. Great pullback to the 100-day, but perhaps more importantly here, inverse head and shoulders in 13. Now we've got a recapture of that 50-day. We're pushing away from it. We've got a gap fill on deck here. What do you think on McDonald's, ticker MCD?
Well, I think that's why we were getting some pullback here, because after popping up to 303.80, I think the sellers recognized, hey, if we don't start selling soon, we're in gap fill territory. So that's what I'm watching for with this one. We need to just pop over that, and then we're in gap fill territory all the way up to 313.30.
Yep,
you got a good at least 10 handles to go through there with that gap fill.
And that exact number for that gap is 303.81. And we are just over $1 away from that. Gary, this has been a good recent move. Look, we're giving you the thesis here. Probably a pretty decent swing long idea here on McDonald's, right? Looking for maybe that gap fill up here, 313.
Yeah.
You know what? Now you've got me thinking I need to take this.
No, you need to go and ask Anne Marie if it's.
We have that one on deck here for today.
Perfect. That'll be interesting. Really interesting to see, because this whole move, this whole thing that why we have this setup at all is because of the XIII news that took it down. It hammered the stock, created the inverse head and shoulders. A couple of days ago, the CDC said that whole XIII issue is done with. It's over. So now McDonald's can go back to where it was.
So far for Anne Marie tickers, I've got ticker MCD McDonald's, ticker ORCL Oracle. Oracle has earnings next week. So those are the two that I'm going to be asking her about today. Let me know if we got more.
Okay. Let's see. I want to take a look at where was it? Did we get that rebound in ORIS yet? I mean, no, but it looks like it wants to try. I mean, we're right there at that 510, 511 level. Like right there right now. So this is where it needs to turn around. Canaan looks like it wants to push up to another leg higher. The current intraday high is 1257. Bickaby is mentioning Deer, DEER.
No, he was asking me if this is a decent one to ask Anne Marie about, who I am confirming here.
No, he's asking about DEER.
Excuse me. I'm so sorry. Can you? See here. So I need to.
It is okay. It is D. It is no, because he's going back and forth.
I'm not going to pretend like I know what somebody else is thinking, but yes, we will ask Anne Marie about Deer.
Okay,
no question.
All right. Deer and Company. Oh, okay. I like this setup.
Oh my gosh, Adobe. Brian, I know that you were just mentioning Adobe here. This nice little move here today. I'm not sure what's going on with this one.
I really like the Deer setup. This is so cool. If you want to bring up a daily, I'll show you what I like about this.
Yeah, but let me add Adobe here too. We have so many stocks that we can ask Anne Marie about. Like, oh my goodness. Let me go back to the bigger chart here. We'll let you. Here's your magic with Deer, or here's your chart. Please.
My magic.
Let's see the magic. Let's see the magic.
So the July 25th, 2023 high of 441.83. We are coming right down to. As a matter of fact, we're pretty close with that price, about $2 away. That's an interesting support area. I think that if we do get support from there, we're going to turn around. And this is also bull flagging as well. So that's what I'm looking at for support. We could be turning around here pretty soon and going higher. Now, at the same time, the MACD on this 5-minute chart is indicating that this daily chart is indicating that it's trying to go lower, but it hasn't crossed yet. It could bounce off these EMAs. So I'm just gonna be watching for it with DE just to see if it can hold above that at the 441.83 level. Let's call it 442, just to round up. 442 here.
I'm trying to do. I'm going to predict. I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to try to do the Anne Marie special right here, and I'm going to try and do her little box thing. And now we're going to see. We're going to see when we ask her. I don't think she's here yet. I don't think she's watching yet. So here we go. I basically did her rectangle, and now I added it on top. We'll see if these levels jive. We'll see.
There we go.
That's interesting.
Oh, I like that. Just trying to get the measurement of the current consolidation, putting it on top.
This is, yep. This is. She's been doing this. Yes, producer.
Well, yeah,
my God.
Because when you're looking at some of these patterns, like Head and Shoulders is a great example. You use that same price action from the neckline to the head shoulders to the top of the head to get an idea of just how far your resolution could go.
GXAI kept pushing here. Someone was asking about levels earlier. I'm sorry that I'm
thought I
blank.
Yeah. I
Oh,
thought
did
I
you?
gave that.
Oh, great. Because I actually felt bad that we did. It was Jacob. Levels on GXAI. Jacob, I apologize for not getting back to you earlier. I know this kept running here, but 13. Okay, good to hear that you gave out some levels.
Yeah, and here's another interesting one. On the daily chart, we actually ran up to the 200-day SMA, popped over it, went as high as 364. Now we're coming back in underneath it. So there was a crazy target. Now, this 200 EMA, this has not been something that the price has been able to hold over for very long. So we could see GXAI come back in before it makes another move up. Maybe. Otherwise, this could be on deck on Monday for relative volume play.
Okay. UPC might be done. We asked about that earlier. We'll see if we get some volume to flow in here. But, man, it's at the low end of the range there, just no volume to speak of.
Yeah, so UPC, this one right at the 65 EMA, it's going to have to hold that there. Otherwise, yeah, it looks like it could be done. It just looks that way, but we'll see. Maybe the volume comes in and changes that whole thing.
Take care of yourself, C-Dot. Good advice on taking profits and getting out of the debt. We'll be here for when your boss takes the day off. Be sure to stick around with us. Hopefully you didn't get in trouble.
GitLab might be almost finished with its selling. We're coming right down to the entirety of the price action from yesterday in the regular session. As a matter of fact, we've hit the top end of that price action because we kind of traded in a channel yesterday with GitLab. So we've actually come down to that price, the highs of yesterday. You see what I'm saying there?
Yes, this is wild that gave up that entire earnings scat.
And we're in an area where this is going to be considered demand zone. So between 65 and 65, I guess 65 even, we could just call it that. That's going to be a demand zone. So we might see a reversal within that range.
I did see a GitLab aggressive unusual options trade here, but they were only 37 contracts. It was $31,000, $31,500 in premium. So maybe not a whole lot there. Put sweeps on NBIS. Interesting.
Let's see here. What was that one that ORIS? I want to see what that ended up doing. Where is that?
This has just continued to move lower. This has been.
It still went lower.
Yeah.
Okay, so it got to that 510 level and just fell right through it. So yeah, this is done.
Did you see the news on Archer? So someone asked us about Archer earlier today. Yes, we did. We covered it. We did have a dip and rip here on Archer, but the area that we want to watch yesterday's intraday high.
And I like how Archer went all the way up to right just beneath where I thought we were going to get some resistance. Because remember how this was a SPAC? And SPACs usually are about they stay at $10 for quite a long time until they merge. Well, that's close to where we got resistance in Archer before we had a huge sell-off. Now, if we do go back up to $10, I think the next visit we could very well break through it. But that's going to depend on if we have a catalyst, if we have some good volume that day. But it's shaping up to be that way. So once we get back up close over 9, let's see if we get that price action. BBAI, Glenn D says, ha, 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 ha. Let's see what's happening with that one. BBAI, where is that on my list?
Right here, BBAI 357 up at the highs.
Oh, okay. It broke through 355. Perfect. So that's the upside target we were looking for today. Let me see where this one could go to. So maybe 375, 380 would be the next resistance area. And then I would say probably about 430 to 440 would be the next one after that.
CXAI ramping on volume here at the highs. We traded this one with Mighty Soldiers a while ago, didn't we? Yeah, this was, yeah. I feel like back in April, this is when we were trading CXAI. I feel like this was 100% ripper on the day Andy was on.
UPC getting some support from the 65 EMA. It also got some buying from being in this demand zone in pre-market, trying to make its way back up to VWAP.
Deborah was asking for some UPC levels here, so
yeah. So with the 65 EMA so far has provided some support.
Sure
got to get back up to VWAP, which I have at 381.
That's so weird. I've got it at 357. I've got it finding resistance right here, right now.
Well, right here, we're on my chart. These are where some of these smaller EMAs are, the 9 and the 15.
Interesting.
Now, if we get up to VWAP, I would expect there to be some kind of selling pressure up at VWAP. But if the volume expands and pushes through it, then we can look at some of these other upside levels. I would say 405 would be one of them, followed by one we saw earlier today, which was 450, and then the intraday high of 493. But VWAP has to get broken through first.
Yeah, and 13, now that I'm looking at it on my prop here, I've got VWAP at 376. So you're exactly right. Well, I have it here finding above it on TradingView. It's beneath it, just like you were describing in my broker. So spot to watch right here.
Yeah.
QBTS still at the highs. That's actually at pretty good volume today. BBAI still at that 357 high. Serve at the highs. Rigetti at the highs. My goodness.
What the heck happened with Snap? I mean, that was a great move on the TikTok news, but it gave all that back and pretty much went back to start.
Yeah.
Interesting market sniper. When GXAI dips, UPC goes up. Interesting. All right. So GXAI now actually testing VWAP. MACD is rolling over and close to crossing. So if we go and look at UPC, why do I not have that where it was? I'm gonna type it in again, I guess. UPC. So is that one? Okay, I do kind of see the inverse relationship here. We've got a red candle here with UPC, while GXAI has a bit of a green one. Interesting. Finally seeing a little bit of red with DocuSign, hit a high of 103.63. Might be thinking about rolling over.
You know, I didn't see any DocuSign calls come across here. Walmart puts, 85 puts. Oh, don't even tease me. Those are the January 2027s.
BBAI blasting off.
Walmart, again, up another percent here. Here, let me go to BBAI. Excuse me.
BBI, look for, I think we said 380 on that one. Be the next resistance area. Oh. So far, UPC hasn't broken down, but it hasn't recaptured VWAP yet either. Reddit, getting back up to the pre-market highs. That was 155. Line Atlas mentioning APLD looks strong. Seahorse Trading says QBTS moving up on continuation.
APLD is definitely strong here today.
That's wild. Remember how not too long ago QBTS was under $1?
Yeah.
Just last
Oh
month.
my God, almost a 10x.
Yeah. A month ago, it was under $1.
These quantum plays went fast.
Yes, they did.
Vive Systems, this actually went higher after earnings. This was another one that reported yesterday.
And shout out to Carmen for that mention of QBTS. That's she's the one that I recall putting it on my radar. If somebody else said it before her, then I apologize, but she's the one I remember seeing mention it. Okay, so GitLab might be turning around here. So we were into the thick of that consolidation, and it's trying to turn around here. So maybe that demand zone is doing its job and trying to turn this stock around. Let's see if we get a continuation of this upside movement taking us up to VWAP. Currently have that at 69.22.
It's crazy too, because we got nothing but good news and re-ratings here. This was a top and bottom line beat with a guide above estimates, and it's just totally coming back in.
Profit taking.
I mean, feels like more than that. But you're right. I don't see anything else driving it down here. You're right.
Yeah, and in the recap from our happy hour, what I mentioned on GitLab was we talked about it was top and bottom beats, but the EPS guidance is causing the stock to rip. The stock is quite extended, however, and the RSI is concerning.
Dude, that's right. I talked about that too. You know what's interesting about that 13? So here's GTLB. Okay. Here's the setup that we were talking about. We had talked about a lot of these earnings. We saw a theme yesterday, right? Where a lot of these earnings winners were extended and trading up into that extended area. GitLab, no different. Now, GitLab, the only one pulling back here today. That's what I'm wondering what's different about it.
Well, it was extended.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about some of the other, like Lulu looked extended on the same thing. Ulta looked extended, right?
Well,
So forward PE 103 on GitLab. Maybe that's what it is. Just a little bit more expensive. Lulu forward PE 22. So much different. Maybe that's what's going on here. Ulta 16. So maybe just that price to earnings, just that multiple being so much higher.
Well, look at the run up into these earnings for GitLab too. Was Lulu the same way? I'm not quite sure if they were. Kind of, but see, Lulu hasn't quite got the recovery that GitLab has. You know, when you look at both charts side by side, you can see that Lulu still has a ways to go. GitLab's almost back up to that the highs they had back earlier this year. So I think that's why another reason why we're seeing a little bit more weakness in GitLab as well. There might be some other factors at play here, but I think a lot of it has to do with how GitLab is run back up to where it was earlier this year much quicker than Lulu has.
Okay, good stuff. Real quickly here. First of all, producer, I love you. Anne-Marie Band is coming up at 11. Actually, I think she's going to be a couple of minutes late as she's handling something with her broker right now. 13, would you mind helping me fill that time until she shows up?
Oh, sure.
Okay, perfect. So that's a plus. Jay Rice here mentioning ticker AUR. This is Aurora Innovation. Chaikin name, big breakout. Kathy owns a bunch. Driverless semis. Let me ask you a question, Jay. I know you're an early riser. You're an early bird just like me. I don't know if you watch CNBC, so you'll have to tell me. But there is a commercial being played right now on CNBC every damn day where Chaikin is talking about money managers are selling NVIDIA as one of the hottest stocks, blah, blah, blah. Go to whatever the website is, Chaikin's message, Mark's message, and get the new ticker completely for free. Is that what this ticker is? Is it ticker AUR? Because I'll be honest, I tried clicking through some of that and it was early in the morning and I hadn't had my full cup of coffee and I just gave up. Don't watch CNBC. Okay, well, then you have no idea what I'm talking about. But anyway, Chaikin has a name out there where he's trying to get, he's trying to reference a stock and he's trying to get you to click through and go sign up for a bunch of shit. I'm assuming. I want to know what the stock is and I want to know if it's AUR. But anyway.
We were just talking about so a couple of things I'm curious about. One, was this a SPAC previously? Because I'm looking at the chart and there was a lot of the sideways action around 10 before it popped and then de-SPAC. So if that's what it was a SPAC, then that makes sense based on the price action. Also, what markets have they entered already? Is this something that we could see maybe in Florida? Of according to their website, I see that they are going to be here in my state pretty soon. So just kind of curious about this, if they already have vehicles on the road, but it seems like they are coming to Texas.
Okay, and this is interesting. So Tenzin here mentioning that they have better full self-driving than Tesla. Jay here mentioning it has an ex-Tesla and Waymo as the founders. This is interesting for a longer term play, Jay. Honest to God. Wisdom, thanks for showing up here. Have a great day. Hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully you have good blunts today. I don't know. It's a Friday. I hope everything's well with Wisdom and family.
Yeah, may all your bong hits be milky. I don't know. So yeah, I'm gonna write down AUR and look into this further because that's interesting to me.
He mentioned it on pre-market prep. I see. Okay, good to know. That's where I started watching it. No accidents on the Dallas-Fort Worth Highway.
I'm curious as to how well these react when one of those idiot drivers likes to swerve in front of a semi and slam on their brakes. You know who they are. You've seen them. People do it all the time.
I'm happy to say I don't know any of those people.
They end up getting accordioned, because that's not what you do. You don't ever, try to cut off a trucker. They're so much bigger and heavier than you. They cannot slow down fast. So
not a fight you're going to win.
No, it's not. So kind of curious how quickly they are able to stop or make adjustments for those idiots on the road.
Tenzin here is saying if you check their accident video, they can predict accidents way better. That is awesome.
I will be looking into it.
How do you road rage against a robot? It's a good question, Aura.
That robot's going to troll the heck out of you. Hello, citizen, and just keep on driving after pissing you off.
Where's Voodoo? We need the shotgun rounds.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't joke about that. I know it's a robot, not a person, but still.
Okay, so
UPC still kind of under the VWAP here on trading. This actually pulled off the area that we were looking at it before. The support that it was getting.
Yeah, got support from 65 EMA. Hasn't quite been able to recapture VWAP, actually get up to VWAP, but it's up to yours, and it hasn't been able to recapture your VWAP. Reddit looks like this is still trying to push back up to the pre-market high of 155.
Gary says I yell at Chat GPT all the time. Oh,
look, ORIS might have found a bottom. We have a halt with a green candle. Don't trade this.
Yeah, I mean, this thing is just the thing is wild.
And then let's see here. What I thought there was another one.
All of these quantum names are still at the highs, and Serve also at the highs. Maybe it's not quantum, but that's robotic. Is there a quantum angle to this? Robots last mile delivery services. I think this is a drone thing, right? AI robotics mobility platform for last mile delivery in cities. I feel like that's like a drone delivery play. Should we add this to the drone list?
We can.
I guess let me look on the dude, here. This is what the product is. This is what that is. There's a commercial.
I saw commercials for that.
Yeah, there's a commercial where the kid buys a scarf and puts the googly eyes on it and then wraps the scarf around it. That's what this is.
Yeah, when AI rises up, that kid will be safe.
I'll tell you what. I mean, this is a good idea, but I foresee people like, a bunch of meatheads thinking that they're funny, taking baseball bats to this and trying to break whatever's in there out of there. I really hope we don't go that way.
What are the laws around those? I guess. If you're causing property damage to that, how bad is it going to be?
Yeah, I mean, I think you should have to pay 300 or 400%, whatever it costs for the robot.
Crow mentioned ZJK. This one broke out and halted. It is unhalted now. Hit a high of $15. Trying to push higher.
Which one? Which ticker? Sorry.
ZJK. This is
ZJK. That was a wild halter that we traded recently.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
One, two. This one was on Tuesday, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, Tuesday we traded this. So let's see. Maybe this one goes to 1750. Next stop. We are Mike. Line Atlas is looking at Humana.
The ZJK wild stuff here.
Oh wow. Okay, so Humana really beaten up. Trying to recover. If it gets support from the 50-day SMA, I think we looked at this one earlier. If it gets support from the 50-day SMA, then I'd like to see it rebound and recapture that 20. We could talk about it getting back up to 200.
NVIDIA is coming out with a new gaming GPU in 2 months to double the speed or something. It means I can watch myself get murked in Tarkov twice as fast.
Yeah, that's true, Crow. But remember, he also had his EV toll in a briefcase.
Yeah, you know who else had that? James Bond. James Bond, and You Only Live Twice. Little Nelly is what it's called, actually, if I recall. I know that I'm right. Little Nelly. Let's see.
All right. ZJK approaching that 1745. We are at 1650 as the intraday high. We were just talking about it breaking over 50 not too long ago. So in an instant, you have another $1.50.
You learn something every day. Little Nelly is actually the Wallace WA-116 Agile. It was a real thing. I thought this was just for James Bond. It comes shipped to Mr. Bond in briefcases, Joe. So his eVTOL. Here's the scene. His eVTOL takes off. We're probably going to get. I have to go back here because we're probably going to get trademarked. Now that I played that, we're probably going to get the stream trademarked.
So, yeah, I mean, you got a whole shipment of luggage to get that thing off the ground. No, let's talk about one briefcase. ZJK, we're going to hit 1750. We might halt right here, but it looks like we're hitting 1750 pretty soon.
Sideshow, take care of yourself. Enjoy the weekend. We will be back on Monday, bright and early at 8 o'clock in the morning. Benzinga Market Edge Live. Also, Soundhound getting a mention. Looks like this is trying to push up through 15 here. A lot of sell orders in the way of that, but volume expansion will take care of that. 15 is the next level, then 1550, and then 17. What movie was that? Wisdom. That is You Only Live Twice, which is the 5th James Bond movie. I believe it comes right after Thunderball, and it features Sean Connery.
Well,
ZJK is open. Looks like it's pulling back initially here, maybe before it goes to that 1750 area you talked about.
Mm-hmm. Did pop up to 1710 quickly, but came right back in. So here we are trying to push up back into 17 now. What's it going to do?
No position here for me, by the way. In fact, on all the positions, I'm flat here. Nice little day, though.
Mm-hmm.
Nice little day here, though.
Yeah, not bad.
2 for 3 on the day today. Small loss on UPC, and then a big win and a smaller win on UPC. I traded only UPC here today. 2 for 3. Decent Friday.
All right. Just looking to see if Soundhound's going to make that move. ZJK. Are we done or are we higher?
13 coming up here is going to be Anne-Marie Baiynd. Looks like she is ready to go. 13, do you have any closing remarks for the group here or words of encouragement?
It's been a fantastic week. Let's not ruin it by making some trades that are going to get us hurt. Let's have a good rest of the weekend, and we'll come back here Monday. I'll make some more money. I'll see you then.
I'm all for that. 13, really good stuff here this week. Thanks again for everything that you do. Take care and have a great weekend.
Take care.
All right. 13's departure, you know what that means. It leaves room for the one and only Anne-Marie Baiynd. Let's go ahead and bring her on. Anne-Marie, how are you doing? Happy Friday.
I am frazzled. I'm frazzled today, so it'll be fun to see what frazzle brings us.
Okay. Okay. Hopefully everything is all right. You were saying earlier, did you need me to do the screen share
Yes,
here today?
please.
Okay. So let me see. I
Yeah.
don't normally have this set up, but let me see if I can do this real quick. You use the Analyze tab, right?
I do.
And it's Analyze. Let's see. Is it Add Simulated Trades?
Yes.
That's what it is. Okay, let me see if I can pop this out here and then share this for you.
Sorry to put you on the spot there. I just...
Anne-Marie, this is what we do here. We deal with things that don't go right. It's not adversity that defines us. It is how we respond to that adversity. Am I right?
Well said, sir. So yesterday, might be a reason that that I can't get on, because yesterday, right after one of my morning meetings, I spilled an entire cup of coffee on my MacBook on the keyboard while it was plugged in, and it went totally dark.
Oh my God.
Yes. So I had to take it to immediately. I turned it over, shook it out, put the blow dryer on it. I mean, I was all over it.
Oh my God. I am so sorry to hear that. Okay. So first things first, just as a general rule of thumb, if you ever spill, and you might know this, I'm mostly saying this here for the group. If you ever spill liquid on an electronic component like that, the very first thing you want to do is cut the power, because the liquid doesn't actually damage the integrated circuit unless there's electricity flowing through it. So if you can get that thing turned off right away, you increase your chances of saving it. Anne-Marie, I hope everything works out for you. That is, was it one of those moments where time just slows down, like you're in the Matrix and you're like, no, and you just watch the coffee? Like, I get those.
I wish it had been that, because at least it would be a fun memory, because I like it when time slows down, when you get that time dilation event. But no, I was like, and it was this thing completely full. And I turned and I went kook, and my elbow went splash. It was just
okay. Well,
fabulous.
what we're gonna you know what? And I'm gonna have to.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You're very adept with this. And I think one of the things that I need to do now is also go into the settings, and on the display, we have to make this larger, right? How do you do that? General,
okay, so you go to, I think it's a wheel that says setup, or just the wheel. Maybe
look and feel. It's under look and feel, and then it's there. We're going to do very large. We're going to apply. This should be bigger. Okay.
Woo!
We did it, fam. We did it. Okay. Here, you know what? I'm actually gonna.
Holy Lulu.
This is Legoland for me. So I'm sorry that we're kind of going through. Let me actually adjust this a little bit more. Oh my God, this stuff is so big. I'm like,
I know. I get a panic attack when I see things that big. I really do.
Okay, we're gonna go with this. I think.
All right. Yeah.
We're gonna try this. All right, we're gonna try this here. So. Okay. So again, sorry about everything that's going on here. Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger. There. Okay. I'm going to try and drive for you here. I do have a couple of tickers that the group was asking about.
Perfect.
So maybe we'll start right there.
Perfect.
First one here is going to be McDonald's, ticker MCD.
Okay.
Oh, and you wanted to start with, I see I don't have all the indicators and stuff on the chart.
That's okay. Let's just look at the boxes.
Perfect.
This is a learning. We're going to turn this into a learning opportunity about simple things like support and resistance.
Okay. So then, I see what the problem is here. So
what you want to do is that arrow that says last net chain. See how it says off and then single option chain, second row, off, single, and then last net change.
Yep.
Click that. And then what you want to do is that's fine. We'll start there. What we really want to see is volume. We really want to see volume. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to customize this column sets, and then and then we're going to go ahead. We're going to look up volume, and we're going to add that. What else do we need while we're in this menu? What else do we need?
Open interest, volume, and implied probability.
Open interest, volume, and what was the last one? I'm sorry.
Implied probability.
Implied volatility.
Volatility.
Got you.
Implied
And
volatility.
then okay, bam, here we go. We're cooking.
Boom. Love it.
Okay. So first one here is going to be McDonald's. We talked about this recently. You know what? I wonder here, you know what I'm going to do? I got an easy way to do this. We're going to do extra. Oh, I don't have that set up. Sorry. Hang on. We're going to stop the screen share temporarily. We're going to start with Pro, where we're going to do our charting from. And you know what's funny about this is that one of the charts I made an attempt to try and draw your boxes on the chart. So we're going to get to that. That's going to be one of the next stocks here. Here we go. We're going to start with McDonald's. Here's our daily chart. So I'm going to set up what we were taking a look at earlier, and then I want to have you correct us with your technical analysis, if you will. One of the things that we're looking at on McDonald's, it does appear that the entire E. coli story is behind us. Okay, so that's one of the things that drove us down. Great, that's behind us. Awesome. Now what we have here is we have in the makings of an inverse head and shoulder, as I've outlined. Okay, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, and then we have this neckline right in here. The top of this is just about 304. I've got it marked at 303.89. Above this, we have a gap fill up to 313. So this is one of the reasons why we wanted to put this on here. We're trying to capture some of this. What do you think we should do next?
I think that this one's good. This is a pretty good one, right? It's got the MACD turning green.
Correct.
For the first time since it's built this inverted head and shoulders.
Correct.
We can see the RSI above 50.
Yep.
We're above this. We're above 3 of those moving averages. And so that top moving average there, a little bit flat, but it's probably telling us that the shoulders are going to give us frontline support. So draw a line right there at the top of the shoulders.
You got it. That is the 50-day moving average, by the way. Here's the line right at the top of the shoulder. I'm eyeballing it.
Okay, do it at the neckline then. Yeah. The neckline would be
right down here.
Yeah. Right there. Right.
Boom, boom, boom. I've got that. Right. That value 292.
Okay, so that would be the risk.
Okay.
So the question is, how sure are we that we might rocket up through the gap, or do we think it's going to lollygag its way through the gap? That's
okay. I haven't made a call on that. You bring up a really good point now. Part of me wants to say it's just going to try a dash to fill that. I feel like if we break this 304 area, I feel like that 314 or whatever it is could actually come pretty quick. So I would go the non-lollygag way.
Okay, so let's look at the chains.
Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to stop screen share, and then I'm going to present these option chains. See, we're going to make it, Emery. We're gonna make it. There's no question about it.
I'm so grateful for you.
Here is the
analyst. Yes, I must apologize for looking like a troll today. It's been a technical nightmare.
Our main concern is that you get your computer back so we can keep getting these bangers. So don't you worry about
trades.
that.
So, all right. We don't care if you look like a troll. What do you got to trade?
You look fine.
Right. That's fine. Women love that. I just want you to know.
Oh, shoot. Fine. You look great. I'm really sorry.
Just kidding.
Look, we're gonna learn a lot of stuff today, folks.
I'm so digging at you. All right. So let's think about this. If it rushes in the Santa Claus rally, then we're thinking maybe 310 to 320. We could do an unbalanced butterfly. We could do. Oh, look at how steep it is.
So the expiry. We don't want to do December, right? That's only 14 days to expiry. So we probably want to pick the.
That's what I meant by if it's going to zoom up there. You think it's going to get caught with the Santa rally, or you think it's going to be kind of lollygag up there?
I would want this to encompass all of December. I want to pick an expiry that includes Christmas. So I don't know, maybe some of the weekly contracts is where we go.
Yeah, we probably won't have the volume to do something like an unbalanced butterfly, which is, I think, the better bet for us if we can get it on the cheap. So if it goes up
Yeah, I think
to
you're right.
the cap, we'd be looking at something like, it's touching 300 right now, right?
Yeah, it's
Is that a round number?
301.55.
Okay, so if we went down to, say, 310, and then we did a 1/3 at 320, 1/3/2 at 325, not
Ooh,
330.
sorry. So I put 330. Let's do that 325, like you said. So here you go. I've got
Oh,
a
much
one.
more expensive. Now notice, if you have margin, the 1/3/2, both 10 wide, is going to make that less than half the price. And I feel pretty sure that it's not going to get past 320. I would actually sit on the other side of that trade, thinking it would either lollygag its way up there
Okay.
or not get up there at all, just sort of stall out at that region. So since this 1/3/2 butterfly has this debit, you actually can sell the 1/3/2 butterfly. And if you sell it, you're going to collect the credits, but of course, with all selling, you are going to incur some measure of margin requirement.
Mhm.
But that's a lot of money for the 1/3/2 to collect. So on the outside chance, you're thinking, nope, it's not going to get there. If you think it's going to get there, but you don't think it's going to get past 320, the long 1/3/2, 130, 120, oh, excuse me, 330, 320, 325 gives you a fair play, but doing it at 330 is probably the better one. And so
Okay.
you can, the way you change that is you go to the arrow on the bottom. Nope.
This? No.
No. You were in the right place, just the wrong box. No, you went to the 330 box. You want to go to the, there you go.
Okay. So
Click
this one.
on it.
Yep.
And then choose 320.
All right. And then the middle, what do we want that body to be?
Oh, wait. I'm sorry.
Because I have 320 on the bottom one, 320.
330. Put 330 on the bottom one. Sorry.
Okay. No problem.
See, and now it's 50 cents, right?
50-cent credit.
Right?
Now
You'd be buying it.
So let's flip this over to buy it. It's a 75-cent debit.
So try and get it at the mark. I bet you it squeezes in.
You know what? It's already come in 10 cents. I think that you're correct. So maybe put one of your good till cancel orders out there a little bit lower then. Okay.
Cents. Yeah.
Okay. So I like that here on the butterfly. So you're looking at a 1/3/2, 310, 320, 330 for your upside. Do we want to do a downside one here? I tend to think, given the chart pattern, that the way I would play this, you tell me because you have your own risk parameters, but the way I would play this is with a butterfly only to the upside. I don't think it's going to break down over the holidays. So.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
Excellent.
And if it breaks down, the chart is showing us everybody's buying that dip. And that's very important.
Yeah.
When you look at something and you go, oh, where is that trending? You can defend. Oh my gosh, that thing stopped just shy of my target. Okay. I was looking at something else.
I think this is great. I think this is great for McDonald's. So here we go.
Yeah.
All right. I got another stock for you. You ready?
I'm ready.
It's Oracle. Oracle, ticker ORCL, which has earnings next week. I believe that, let me get you the exact day here. We were looking at Oracle earlier. I think that's Tuesday. Am I getting it right? 3 days. Monday. I was off by a day. Monday, December 9th, after the market
we need to
closed.
do it today. All right.
Yeah.
Let's have a peek.
So let's
look at the chart first.
Let's do the chart first. Okay. So present, share screen, Benzinga Pro chart. Boom, boom, boom. Let's throw it up here. Here you go. Here's your daily chart for Oracle.
All right. So we can see that RSI line is a little bit lower than the last time it came into these topping formations.
Yep.
And we can draw a box right around that.
Okay,
Right.
so this is what I was hoping to do here today. Here's your rectangle. Am I taking basically this price
Yes,
action?
that's
Got you,
exactly
Anne-Marie.
right.
See, my eyes are starting to work on this. Here is your box.
Absolutely.
Here's your box. And then boop. And
And-
now we're going to do Control C and Control V. And then we're going to do one of these. Let me adjust this a little bit. See, we can get this done. Come on, Ryan. You got to click on the right thing, though, dude. Why am I dumb?
Listen,
There we go.
So happy that's happening to you because I don't feel alone. I'm just gonna.
You know what? I'll take the honesty at that point. That's totally fine. Okay, so here we go. Do you need the values for the top range of this of the pasty box?
Just the width of the range would be kind of important for us right now because we want to measure that against what the option chains are pricing.
Okay, so I've got this at 212.80 for East. I'm going to call it 213 on the top end. And on the bottom here, I've got it at 195. Okay, so we're going to call that 18-point range.
Okay, all right. So let's think an approximate of 20, and then let's go to the.
Got you.
I'm such a wimp.
Got you. No, we got this. So look, we're going to do it. So here you go on Oracle. We're still in the January contract. Do we want to adjust that at all?
Let's look at December first.
Got it.
Because they report
Monday,
and so the option chain. All right.
My
so
quick napkin math says we're going to have 11 days after the binary event using this chain, so that should be plenty.
So, all right. So let's measure the sideways event. We measure the ask on both sides. That's 9. Let's use the at the monies, and that, what is that?
This says 990.
17. Yeah. And what's the one on the put side?
The ask is 785 on that 190 contract.
Okay, so we're looking at about $18.
Yep.
Okay, and that's the size of the box.
Oh,
So
yeah, you have that nifty little thing that tells you. Interesting. I don't have that here. Okay, anyway,
actually,
sorry.
it doesn't show up until sometimes it doesn't show up. It's very weird. It's very weird how sometimes it doesn't show up. I don't know why.
Yeah, actually, it's on there on Lulu and it's not on there on Oracle. I'll be damned. You're exactly right again.
Okay, so if the options are pricing in the size of the move, they're pretty fairly priced. So when something's fairly priced, they're not expecting a lot of motion. When they get outsized price, they're expecting a ton of motion, and it could do all kinds of wacky things. Here, it's sitting right inside of that zone. And so the question might be, does the formation, if we look at December, does the formation tell us that we've got room to run based on what's going on? And I am seeing a lot of price compression in Oracle if my mind goes back to the chart, right? And don't go ahead and move over. So,
top end of that range of the copied box is going to be 213-ish.
Right.
So that's we're currently at 191. That's what, 20 some points away?
Yeah, just about. So what I would be inclined to look at an iron condor.
Okay.
And the reason for that, take a look at the open interest, 16,000. Is that 16,000 at the 170? We could always follow 170.
170 open interest on the put is 16,000. Bingo, 16,346.
So we could do a low risk iron condor because they're going in $2.50. We could do the short 170, 167.50.
Okay, so I think we're going to do this and then this, right?
The other way. That would be buying. Yeah.
Okay.
Bid first and the ask.
Okay.
And then we want to go, if we went, what was the top of that? You said 220?
213 was the
Okay.
top of the box that we drew.
Okay, so let's scroll down. Oh, it says 20 strikes. So you're going to have to change that strike button in the center. That's, to go, just put some number in there, like 50 or something. And then it'll open up down there for you, and you'll be able to see that 220, 215. Let's see how much 215, how much volume is sitting
So
there.
I think I have to do the same thing here. I have to write bid it and then this. No.
The other way.
The other way
we would have-
around.
Yeah, the lower one first. Yeah. There you go.
It doesn't say Iron Condor here though. I think
It says that because, so you want the top one to be a sell. Okay, so if you are selling the 165, that's right. It says custom because it just stops thinking about, when you start clicking in weird ways, it just says custom. So
Okay.
don't worry about it. So the credit, the credit is not
well, let's
bad.
make sure I have it right. So we're selling the 215 call and we're buying the 220 call.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're selling the 170 put and buying the 167.5 put.
Yes. What we
Okay,
could
perfect.
do there is actually, instead of the 220, we could sell the 217.50 so the Iron Condor is not unbalanced.
Okay. So I actually have this as buying the 220. So you're saying
You're buying the 220. We're selling the spread. But
okay.
It's the 217.50
Gotcha.
you want to buy.
Gotcha. Okay. This is the
No,
one
that's right. No, that's the right one.
Well,
The
this is 215
one.
though.
Yes, it's the next one.
Sorry.
220 you want to turn to 217.50.
Sorry. There you go.
No, you and I, we got it. Okay, so that is not quite half of the spread, right? And if we're looking for, my thought is, hey, let's get 20% of that.
Mm-hmm.
And if we multiply that by 5, it's certainly more than 20%, but it's only $66. So let's move that expiration to January.
Okay. And the just the monthly contract, right? The Jan 17. Here we go.
Oh, geez, it's making you do it for all of them. So you gotta.
Okay, that's okay. We can do that. That's not that bad. Jan 25, Jan 25, Jan 25. Still says not traded.
Oh, now that's because Jan is moving in $5. All the things that you know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Well, should I adjust that back then?
Yeah,
to 220, and then let's see what we had there.
220 and then 165.
Man, what did I screw up here?
Oh, no, you didn't. It's just they don't have 210. So they don't have 215. So choose 210.
God, there you go. There you go, Anne-Marie.
Yeah.
And then should I choose 160 here just to make it even?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. And now we have a credit, $3 credit.
Yeah, and that's a really good credit for that amount. So that seemed like it was so laborious for us, but I believe that is a very, very nice credit for this particular position. It could break, but what we're doing is saying, okay, this is how much the market makers have told us they're looking for. And right now, if we look at January, it's like $20.60 or something like that. And so what we are looking at is $20. Plus we're collecting $3. And so I think we're in good shape.
Okay.
I think we're in good shape.
Okay, that is Oracle. We got 3 minutes here left. Let's try and do one more real quick.
Absolutely.
And this is the one that I actually had. So it's going to be DEER, ticker DE. And I'm actually going to go back to the December. We'll start with the December contract. We'll see what happens. Let's go back to the charts real quick. Step screen, present, Share screen pro. See, now I'm becoming so adept at doing this. It's going to be even easier. So here's deer, and you'll notice that I actually already kind of did this. Now I hope I did it right. Zoom out here. I took a much longer approach with this one. I was actually looking. What's going on with my chart here? I was actually looking at the weekly chart. So let me fix this. Let me fix it. We want to do. Here we go. So here's the weekly. This is where I got this from. Okay, I was basically just looking at the sideways range here, but let me go back to the daily here and let me clear these off, and I'll have you take a look at this. Let me get these boxes out of here, reset this view. Okay, so here's what we got on deer. We have a recent huge move and a little bit of a pullback. So I'm wondering here, are we set up to maybe move higher and take out 475? Or are we coming back in here? And, oh, geez, for heaven's sakes, Ryan. I'm sorry. We're doing the best we can. So here you go on deer. We had a nice little impulse move. We retraced some of that stick. The question that I have here, the reason for this potential trade is, do we actually trade higher from here and break the top of this, or do we come back in to balance here at about $400?
I think we come back in.
Okay.
Now, here's why. We have to think about why, and then what tells us that we're wrong. So first of all, what we know about the recent past is that new highs, you either get in and stay in for a really short time, or you're going to go upside down. You got to go in, get your target, and get out of town. And so what we've seen deer do is 1, 2, 3 tests of that area, a break to the north, and an immediate retest into the base.
Yep.
And so to me, that's short sellers leaving the market. And so my suspicion is that it rotates back down into the really tight range, which looks like it might be about 420. Yeah.
I got my cursor is right at 420.
Yeah. And so my thought is that's where the first retracement's going to be. It's also going to be where the more patient buyers try to engage. And if they don't engage, then, I suspect we have maybe another $20, like you said, back into 400.
Okay.
So that sideways formation tells me, here's how another reason why you don't look for it to collapse at all the way down is because the highs are up there, but those higher lows are building a little bit of a trend line from, say, September to November. See the base? Look at the base of, maybe it's August. Go to August. No. Yeah.
Here's August.
No, August 24.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
That's going to be right. Here's July. Here's August 24.
There you go. So that
gotcha.
dip, and then the new dip that tests your beautiful cyan colored moving average, that's going to give us a trend line event.
Gotcha.
Right?
So you're talking
together?
about like right in here. Yep.
And if you notice, it's going to collide right around that 400 to 420. So if I were looking at deer, again, I'd move to some kind of iron condor simply because I feel like we're about to hit some serious slosh buckets. But if you wanted to get yourself in a space of, I definitively want to be placed, it might be something as simple as doing a strangle if the volume is good, right? So if you said, here, my 400 strangle, the 400 strangle is only about 29 cents for the put side. And, well, actually, would we even need a call side?
I'm going to go back to the single here. We'll build it.
Right. If we just took a small bet at the 400, that bounced. The 400 puts. Yeah. That was 29 cents when you first went there. Now it's saying 50. So I would try to get the spread. And so that looks like about 25 cents. And just the problem is it's going to erode dramatically. It either has to move like that in a snap or not. And so my thought is, hey, why not a little bit of theta erosion? Why not a little bit of theta decay? And you could also position that with, if you say, hey, listen, it might come into that 420, you could easily say, okay, I'm going to go to January and I'm going to choose 420, 410, and yeah, so 420, 410, and 400, or 1 by 2 by, yeah, just keep your hand down on the button there again and just click the 410 one more time.
And that was the, here you go. There you go.
Yeah, and that positions you at 65 cents.
Yeah.
Nice, cheaper, has a lot more room to run, gives you a solid target, and it's cheap.
Okay.
So that might be the way to go. Wow, directional trades for us today. Very interesting.
And Anne-Marie, I told you we would do it. I told you we would be able to get done here today. So really, really good stuff here. We are at time. Anne-Marie, thank you. Thanks for all of your expertise. And I hope we get the laptop issue solved.
Oh yeah. Fingers crossed. They said it would be 5 days. So.
Okay. Good luck. Keep us posted and have a great weekend. Okay.
All right. You too. Thank you so much.
You are welcome. That
Bye,
is Anne-Marie, folks. Take care. And guess what? Anne-Marie means it's time. The departure of Anne-Marie, means it's time for options. Sandy, let's bring her on. Sandy, how you doing today? Happy Friday.
Good, Ryan. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. Look, I'm sorry we went a couple minutes over there, but we had some technical issues that we needed to beat down here. So really good stuff. What do you got for us today?
Oh, gosh, we're going to go over some charts, go over our last trade on UPS, and basically Snow Shop and Roku want to take a look at that.
Okay, amazing. I'm going to go ahead and throw your screen here on the, throw your shared screen on the view here, and I'm going to back out.
Thank you.
Okay, you're all set to go.
Okay. I guess I was waiting for, Aaron to throw on the intro. I wasn't sure if he was going to do it or not. So we'll just go right
That might have
into
been my fault. That might have been my fault. Aaron, do we have it? You know what? I'm so sorry.
Hold on, I'm here.
No. We got this. I think I see it here.
I had my instructions. I was following them to the T.
It's me. This is, if you're a Seinfeld fan, it's not you, it's me. Okay, that's it. You got the intro, Aaron?
Yep.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fit-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Good morning, Benzinga. Hope you guys are doing well. Let's go over some of our trades and what's happening in the markets right now. I guess some news came out on DKNG. Let's take a look. So some senators wanting the FTC to take a look and see what's going on. And you can see that, wow, after that news event, just nice engulfing candles here. Looking like we're getting a little bit of momentum right here and popping back up. Let's see. I actually think that's the wrong, I think this was for my automations. Let me put this back on a 20. I really love the 20 EMA as a reversion to the mean trade. Through my 22 years in trading, just about, I used to have my charts looking like spaghetti. And what ended up happening was as I was trying all these different EMAs, the 20 just stood out to me as the perfect reversion to the mean trade. So I use that quite a bit. Now, if you use it, or you're using VWAP, or maybe several different EMAs, whatever works for you, because trading is so subjective to the trader, right? We're all attracted to different things, different indicators. That's why there's thousands of them out there. So use what you feel best. But as far as I'm concerned, on this 5-minute day chart, you can definitely see that the last pivot low here is at 44.73, just lining up perfectly with the 20 EMA, of course. Has a lot of confluence with a lot of other indicators. So unless it breaks above there, this is still looking really bearish right now with the news. Not sure when that's going to come up, but let's take a look and see how it was doing in the meantime. Look at that, and it came down on a day chart as well, by the way. We're on a day chart for DKNG, and we actually came down, tested the 20 EMA, and popped right back up. So maybe that's it. Maybe this will take a bounce, but until it actually breaks, this candle's high right here. So this candle's high was 45.87. That's where we could actually see a breakout to higher highs. Until then, it looks like it's going lower for right now. All right. We were in 2 weeks ago, we were in a trade on UPS. So on UPS, we were actually in a trade to, I believe it was a call debit spread. That's right. It was a call debit spread. In fact, I emailed Zunaid because it actually went, I think it was on Monday or Tuesday, the following week that we put it on a Friday. It actually went up 210%. So I hope some of you caught some of that. I took it off right there without those profits, and was pleasantly surprised that it ended up not taking an entire week, but just taking a day or two. And really, that's a grand slam, right? Anything over 50%, I'm thinking is like a home run. I know my expectations are a bit low. I keep them low so that I get excited when we do hit 50% or above. So anything over 100% to me is a grand slam. So 210 on an overnight gap up, that was perfect. And by the way, that trade was automated. We automated that trade here. If you want to look back on Benzinga or on my channel on YouTube, you could take a look at that trade. But we actually automated a debit spread to enter at a certain trigger level that I identified on the show. And then as it broke through that trigger level on Monday and Tuesday, it continued. And that's how we got those great profits. Now, if you ever want to take the emotion out of your trading, I mean, automation is great. And Thinkorswim has a great platform to do that with. If you haven't learned your automation, and typically speaking, it's the last thing on people's list, I have to tell you, if you make it the first thing on your list, you're going to be pleasantly surprised. It's going to put you miles ahead of anybody else. So let's take a look at some charts now. So we had a nice trade on UPS. UPS looks like, though, it reached a high and is now breaking down. I actually believe that this is where we took our profits, and now it's breaking down, coming back down to its pivot low here on a daily. If it stays above the 126.39, right? Make it 125.64. If it stays above that 125.64 on a day chart, I'm thinking that we can get a bounce, looking for a green candle here. You can also use this stop loss level at 129.08. If we break above 129.08, where we're looking at longs basically back into this vertical channel around 131.82, and you can see where the channel's high is. So you have some real growth potential here on this risk versus reward trade. If you can take a bounce here, it'll probably consolidate for a little bit. Just remember that. Oftentimes it's good not to take the original bounce, but let that consolidation build up for a nice pop up. And you can see that the 20 EMA lining up with this vertical channel here that I'm referencing. Again, nice confluence here. So if you just said, hey, I'm waiting for momentum to break above the 0 line, and I'm waiting for price to break above the 20, Those are nice entries for a long. So just giving you a synopsis on UPS, let's take a look at the indices and see how we're doing. And then we'll take a look at some trades and see if we can either automate or get into a trade for next week. So SPY, 609 was really a macro level for me. Wanting SPY to stay above 609, it let's see, is it this candle's high that it went to 607, 608? Here it is. It was today, actually. The price action hit 609.07. I mean, that's how everyone knows these levels, right? We have so many indicators now that show us support and resistance. You don't have to be a master at this. The problem with everyone knowing these levels, though, is that right at 609.07, so it just breaks the seal and comes right back down. We really want, especially if you're in long calls or long puts, right? You're really wanting the momentum to force your way through that resistance level. And until you get that, you can't get or reach that next target. And so what ends up happening, if you're an automator, by the way, you could also think about this if you're a manual trader, is that when you have that level and you knowing that everyone else knows that level, you're really wanting to pad it. And that's what I typically do. So if 609 is the macro level, I'm looking for a 609.25, 609.50. And what that does is it's giving me the momentum that not only are we going to touch the resistance, but we're going to break through the resistance. So that's my analysis on how you can position yourself or strategize yourself either as a manual trader or, of course, as an automated trader. And what could you do on the flip side? Well, on the flip side of that, knowing what your target is, okay? Knowing where your target is to get out. I often like to get out of my taking my profits early. So right before the resistance level, as an example, right before the target, I'm out beforehand. So I'm doing the same exact thing, getting out 50 cents beforehand, that major resistance level. I'm not waiting to get there, because what ends up happening when you get to resistance? Well, it's a fake out zone. Just like it was today. You hit the 409.07, boom, come right back down. Now you're down $1. So with that thought process in mind, if you can keep it at the forefront, it could help your trading quite a bit. So with that, let's take a look at QQQs. So right now we're at resistance. We really need to push above 609. Let's take a look at the Qs. Qs looking good too. You could see where this consolidated level is on a day chart, breaking through. And momentum still very high, hitting the 200 level here and backing down. Now, you'll see how momentum is backing down, but price is going up. So this is a slight divergence. The only problem with divergences, and it's always my gripe, is that I can identify the divergences with those momentum indicators, but they don't give you a time clock. Like, okay, I see a divergence. So when is price going to retract? When is it going to reduce? That's the only thing I don't like about divergences. You can see it, but as you can see, this was happening for 2 days now. And look at that. Look at the Qs go above $3.72. So I could see the divergence, but I don't know when it's going to happen. So sometimes I feel like it's like, I don't know. I don't know how helpful that is to me. It's not my favorite indicator, but that, along with other, pieces of evidence or confluence, right, could really help you try to identify what your next move is. Let's see. Let's take a look at DIA. Okay, so just kind of flat today, and then IWM. Now, this could be a topping pattern here, right? So we had this bullish pull here. We're flagging out, just broadening out and going sideways. So what happens when we're in, especially on a good time frame on a daily, when we're just flattening out like this? We're really consolidating. And what happens after consolidation? Well, you either have accumulation or distribution. So you're either going to break out or you're going to break down. Now, right now, we're really above the 20. We're kind of flagging out here. This could be a topping pattern, but as long as we stay above this channel, And again, the 20 is located right near there. If we break below the 20, I always say, hey, that's an easy indicator to identify that we're now in a bearish trend. The trend would be changing. Right now it's bullish, right? Price is above that 20 EMA. And you can look at this on any time frame. It's a very easy way to quickly identify trend. So as long as price is above that 20, you're bullish. If it's below it, and as you can see on smaller time levels now, we're getting to where we're bearish, where we broke out this morning from the open, and then we crossed below the 20. We keep playing with it. And by the way, anytime you get to a support and resistance level, it's a fake out zone. The easiest way to remove about 60% of your fake outs is to do this. When you see that price is actually on top of the 20, based on what chart you're trading, right? It's all subjective. Everyone's trading a different time frame. So depending on your chart, what you want to do is get a confirmation candle that's away from it. So like in this sense, it's on top of it, it's laying on top of it, but then we have a confirmation candle that's below it. That's a good identifier of, okay, I have confirmation that a short is in process. And then you can see that it's, again, fake out zone. It keeps touching it, confirmation candle comes up, touch it. And you can see that we're just doing this really gradual sliding scale down, not necessarily a big push down, right? There's not a lot of fear in the market. Look at the VIX level right now. It's at 12. So as you can see though, but it's still not in a bullish trend on a shorter time frame. So we could see DIA start to get into a bearish time, a bearish trend change basically. Because as we look at the 1 hour, you can see now on the 1 hour, we've broken through the 20 and we're staying below it. And on a 15, 1 hour and a 15 is a great time frame to look at for short swings. So as you can see, the 1 hour and the 15 still underneath that 20, getting bearish. This could be a trend change as the time levels continue. And then let's look at the canary in the coal mine, IWM, transportation, right? All right, so as we look at business export, import, transportation levels, you could see that we were in a bearish trend here. And then on a 15-minute chart, okay, here's your fake out zone. And we're going to just kind of like keep on the 20s. So we're kind of broadening out and we're waiting for a move. Let's take a look at an hourly. On an hourly, we're still underneath the 20, still bearish as far as I'm concerned. However, on a day chart, we are bullish. So knowing this could help you identify, hey, should I take my profits and just wait till it comes down and hits the 20? These types of identifiers could help you take your profit because that's the goal, right? Get in, get out with profit. So some of these things could help you out. All right, let's take a look at snow today. Snow. Wow. Okay. Snow. Geez, what a great gap here. And as you can see, huge gap up, broadening out, got another breakout here. So looking good on a daily chart. You could see momentum just kind of, just like an ocean wave, kind of mellowing out, but staying above that 20. I love it when price does this. If you can ever identify when price starts to all of a sudden come up and break the 100 line on the time chart that you're looking at, I just love it when that happens and then price is closer to the 20 because at some point, right, price has to get a little closer to the mean. We're really far away from that 20 EMA. That is my bell curve. It often will touch it and you can see that it's a magnet towards it. So at some point, snow is going to have to retrace at lower levels of support and see if it breaks. But with VIX this low, we could just be in a bullish trend or at least kind of just stay flagged out until the next move. So I'm really looking for snow. Let me take a look on a 15 and a 1 hour and see. So as you can see, once again, and these consolidation bands just showing you where price has been consolidating for a long period of time. And as you can see, it's breaking below. If we stay below this 15-minute pivot, which is 182.29, we could head lower. So just FYI. And then on a 1 hour, on a 1 hour, we're just touching it right here. So really looking now, as I'm looking at this on a 1 hour, I'm looking for a green candle to bounce off of this 20. And then I would be waiting for momentum to start moving up and get into this 100 zone. Typically speaking, we should start to see this kind of curve up. Right now, it actually looks more bearish than anything. The momentum here looks very, very weak. And the reason why I look at momentum is because momentum drives price. So if you know that, it's really good to have any type of momentum indicator on your chart. So because if momentum is driving price, shouldn't we kind of identify like where momentum is? So typically speaking, when momentum hits that 200 line, now remember, you can have an RSI, you can have a different type of indicator that you like. It doesn't have to be this one. This one is modeled after the CCI. I love it. It's an old school indicator, but it works well with the 20. So typically speaking, when we come down and we hit that 200 level, minus 200 on momentum, we typically get a little bit of a bounce. But until momentum actually breaks above that zero line, it's still bearish. So keep that in mind as you're thinking about what your next move is on snow. And again, yeah, on the 15, this doesn't look good. So I'm actually looking this to come down and test that. And you can look at how many targets we've had. You know, this is ATR, average true range. Look at how many targets we've hit, 24 targets on snow. It might be time for a little bit of a pullback before it gets enough energy to start back up again. Let's see. Let's take a look at SHOP. Ooh, SHOP breaking out on a 4 hour from a consolidation zone. And by the way, guys, let's take a look at, let me get this off of here. Sorry. As we look, by the way, huge gap up again too on SHOP, and you can see 21 ATR targets hit because of that gap. However, look at the consolidation that we've had for a long period of time on SHOP, just going sideways. If you would have took calls and puts, oh my gosh, you just would have been hurting. So what could you take instead? You could take a debit spread, you could take an at the money credit spread, and you can see how momentum is hitting that 200 line on the top side. So as it hits momentum on the top side, it's somewhat overbought, isn't it? So as we take a look at it, it's just now breaking out of consolidation. You could have several more days of a breakout, but from that original breakout, you could see we have a topping pattern, and now it's breaking through that channel. Knowing that it's breaking through that channel then should help you to identify that we're in a range. And typically speaking, as you know, SHOP I would have wanted on a 15-minute chart for SHOP to stay above that vertical trend line. Because it hasn't, it means that it's going to come down for its next support level, which is right over here at 117.69. It's my 20. That's reversion to the mean. Whenever price gets away from your reversion to the mean, whether you're using VWAP or maybe 3 or 4 indicators, whichever one you really like, you'll always have to remember that it's going to come down and touch it. You can see that momentum is kind of like kind of going sideways here. I love this move right here. If this kind of just drifts lower or stays going sideways, price or the EMA, the reversion to the mean, could get to the price by 2 ways. Either price goes down and hits the reversion to the mean, okay, or time passes, or a combination of both. What does that mean by time passes? Well, as price is going sideways and is doing absolutely nothing, the EMA, in this case, the 20, is going to keep going up to meet it. So typically speaking, price doesn't have to just dive down and hit the reversion to the mean. It could just go sideways, 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 as the EMA is catching up because it's a lagging indicator. All right. So either by time or price. And so I love looking at this momentum. If it stays above here, a good little opportunity for this to take a bounce. If we break below the zero line, sorry. As soon as we break below the zero line, you're going to have some red candles appear, and they could be more engulfing than this. So let's see. I don't really like any of those. Let's take a look at Roku. Oh, you know which one I wanted to take a look at because we did one was Google. Google actually really looks good here on a breakout. And because we only have a couple minutes left, I really like this trade. So here we are, we got our flagpole. We're kind of, we consolidated for a little bit here. And now we're breaking out again from this consolidation band that we have. Now this is on a 15-minute. And if we take a look at an hourly, we're above the 20, momentum is above here. The only thing is that we have a dividend on, what day is that? 12/9. Typically speaking, you could see that go down for 20 cents, but this actually looks like a nice little breakout. If we go to a 4-hour, let me see. Oh, sweet. It touches it and then coming back up. As far as I'm concerned, this is looking like it's either going to do a double top right here at 176, which is still about $1.50 away, or it's going to break the top and make a higher high. So that's what I'm looking at Google here. And I really kind of like it. Again, hanging around that 20, right? I would love a confirmation candle above it on this time frame. And I noticed too that momentum is just kind of going sideways. Gosh, I don't like it as much as I did, but I think what I can do on this one as an example is I can take a call credit spread. Now, in order to take a call credit spread, we're going to go out about 7 days. And then from here, you're going to, the easiest way is just to take an at the money. So if I was to take a vertical, so this is a single, right? You can see a single is costing us about $205 for one contract. If I change it to a vertical, it breaks the price down. So you have limited risk, a limited reward. And, but what it does though, it mellows out the time factor, that theta. So oftentimes on long calls and long puts, if you have a series of a couple days, like we broke out today on Google, so we might have a couple days where we just go sideways. And so on that, it would hurt a long call. But for a credit spread or a debit spread, it doesn't hurt it as much. And you can recover from it a lot quicker. So with that in mind, I really like this trade. I'm going to take it for some contracts here and really just looking for by next Friday. What this is saying is I want Google to really break out of that 177.5 area and stay above it. As long as it continues to rise, let me show you on and analyze the trade here. As long as we continue to rise and we break through that 176 level, you could look right here and take a look at the profits. So as we start, the pink is like time, like the day to day. And you can move your calendar right over here to identify and see, okay, as time is passing, what is that doing to my trade? You being able to analyze your trade like this on a graph can help you immensely. Cut the trade and say, no way, because you can see where my break-even point is. And, or you're like, oh, this actually looks good. I think we can keep on going. And all you need to do basically is to break this level here, 175.96. And as it keeps going, you can see the profit and loss right there. If today, price, of course, is not going to move this much, but if today it moved this much, you can make 172. But you could see that if price for next Friday stays right about here, you're making $320 based on those 5 contracts that I put in. So that is how you would do a debit spread. I'm going to go ahead and get those. And that's it. I'm in. So now I'm going to see. And by the way, when you take a look at the graph and you see where your break-even point is, can you then identify, hey, look, I'm only willing to give this about, 20% as an example. If I end up, if it doesn't go higher from here, if it breaks through my 20% threshold, I could just get out of it today, reevaluate it on Monday. So there's a lot of things that you could do by visualizing your trade, and I think it helps you immensely. Remember that the trade itself is identified by this blue line right here, okay? It's giving you an identifier of where price needs to go, and then the pink line is actually theta, and you can move the calendar as an example to say, okay, on December 12th, and if I'm here on December 12th, I make $9. However, by Friday, I'm losing my trade. And so you can kind of then move the calendar up so that you can start managing your trade in this way, so you can stay on top of it and keep your capital. So remember, number one thing to take in consideration on your trades is risk management. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed today's segment. We will see you next Friday. Have a great day.